No, it's the same. I just have a ton of them. Good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the city council meeting of the city of San Juan Bautista, Tuesday, September 19th at 6:01. I'm now calling the meeting to order. Whatever. Councilmember Morris Lopez, will you please start us off in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Oh, wow, these microphones work great tonight. May I please have a roll call?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Here.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Here.
Mayor Jordan.
Here. We don't have to yell anymore.
I was expecting not to work.
Okay, to start off, we have a couple of proclamations. One is for Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, September 2023, honoring Jacob's Heart's Children's Cancer Support Services. Alyssa Gil Ojeda. Hi, and Gemma Velasquez. Hi, thank you. Welcome. Come on up to the podium, please. And is the green light on? Thank you. And Councilmember Morris Lopez, it will do the honor.
Yes, hello. This is Jacob's Heart Cancer Support Services Childhood Awareness Month of September 2023. Whereas the character of our community is revealed in how we treat our most vulnerable. And whereas each year, 23.1 in every 100,000 children in our community will be diagnosed with cancer. And whereas cancer remains the leading cause of death by disease among children, more than asthma, diabetes, cystic fibrosis, congenital anomalies, and AIDS combined. And whereas Jacob's Heart has been keeping physically fragile children and families housed, fed, and emotionally supported by steadfastly adhering to the following commitments. 1, parents of children with cancer or other serious illnesses will be relieved of financial fears and able to focus attention on their children. 2, no child undergoing intensive treatment in our community will be homeless. 3, families of seriously ill children will not experience food insecurity during and after the pandemic. And lastly, number 4, no child seriously ill in our community will ever miss a medical appointment because of a lack of transportation. And whereas Jacob's Heart holds the memories and honors legacies of hundreds of children from our local community who have been lost to cancer, ensuring their memories will never be forgotten. And whereas the oncology department at Lucille Packard's Children's Hospital at Stanford has worked closely with Jacob's Heart for the past 25 years and as a trusted community partner in providing family-centered care that addresses the emotional, practical, and financial struggles of families of children with cancer in the city of San Juan Bautista. And whereas it is important for all San Juan Bautista city residents to recognize the impact of pediatric cancer on families within our community and honor the children in our community whose lives have been cut short by cancer. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Leslie Q. Jordan, on behalf of the San Juan Bautista City Council, hereby declare September 2023 is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of San Juan Bautista, and do hereby honor Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services for outstanding support to our community and acknowledge the organization's contribution to Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, dated this 19th day of September 2023.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, good evening, everyone. I'm Alyssa, and I am here as a representative at Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Service. Thank you, Mayor Jordan and Council, for proclaiming September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. With the community's continued support, we can make sure that no family goes through pediatric cancer alone.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all the work you guys do. Amazing. Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to point out, we have a warrior and a survivor in the room. Brexton, I'm gonna put you on the spot, buddy. Will you raise your hand? Or at least maybe mom can raise her hand. We're right there. How do you, buddy?
Thank you. Next proclamation is Feeding America Hunger Action Month, September 2023, Community Food Bank of San Benito. Is it San Benito or San Benito County? Perfect. Or Community Bank, Food Bank of San Benito County. Come on up. Councilmember EJ Sabathia. Come on, all of you.
Okay. Hunger Action Month, September 2023, whereas hunger and poverty are issues of vital concern in California, where 20% of people face hunger and 1 in every 5 children do not know where their next meal will come from. And whereas in 2021, 34 million people, 1 in 10, including 9 million children, 1 in 8, face food insecurity in the US. That includes 22,315 visits each month to Community Food Bank, and an additional 4,447 individuals served through partner agencies and programs, resulting in 1 in 4 people facing food insecurity in San Benito County. And whereas San Juan Bautista is committed to working with Community Food Bank as a member of the California Association of Food Banks and Feeding America nationwide network of food banks, in educating people about the role and importance of food banks. And whereas more than 25,000 individuals in San Benito County rely on food provided by Community Food Bank, its partner agencies and programs, and other local food distribution organizations annually. And whereas Community Food Bank and other local food distribution organizations distributed more than 3 million pounds of food in 2022 through this network of food pantries, hot meal programs, shelters, and other community organizations. And whereas September has been designated as Hunger Action Month in order to bring attention to food insecurities and help ensure every community and everybody in it has the food they need to thrive. And whereas food banks across the country, including members of Community Food Bank, Second Harvest Food Bank of Santa Cruz, and Food Bank of Monterey County, will host numerous events throughout the month of September to bring awareness and help hunger in their local community. Now, therefore, Mayor Leslie Q. Jordan, on behalf of the San Juan Bautista City Council, and hereby declare September 2023 as Hunger Action Month in the city of San Juan Bautista, and encourage all residents to become involved in helping raise awareness and join in the movement to combat hunger by taking action. Dated this 19th day of September 2023.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. San Juan is near and dear to my heart. I lived here until I was 5 and then moved to the bigger city across the way. Hunger is an issue that is continuing to grow. It's expensive. Food is expensive. Every Friday, we're here in San Juan Bautista, and we serve between 80 and 120 families each Friday. And those are San Juan Bautista residents. I know that's not everybody who probably needs it, but thanks to all these amazing people behind me, they make it happen. We rely on our volunteers, and every Friday they are out there with smiles on their faces to greet our community members. Hunger is an issue that is relatable to everybody. We've all been hungry before. Some of us are able to fix it, some of us are not. But that's where the food bank comes in. That's where everybody's support comes in, to be able to ensure that not only do all of our community members have access to food, but also access to healthy food. So thank you for your recognition on this. This is for the community. It's not community food bank. We wouldn't have to be here if people weren't hungry. I would love to work us out of needing to be a food bank, because that would mean that the problem is solved. But every little step we can take matters, and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's really nice to see all of our locals who are out there every Friday in the heat of the sun, in the cold winter days, still doing this. It's amazing that y'all are still doing it, and we appreciate you for that. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah. And then if I may ask the council's indulgence on one more certificate that was provided by Mr. Speaker Rivas and Senator Ana Caballero. If the council would permit me to read this one. Yes, yes.
My exchange rate.
Done. Okay, thank you all very much. The California State Legislature Certificate of Recognition presented to Spirit of San Juan Bautista in honor of the official renaming of the San Juan Bautista Business Association on behalf of the 29th Assembly District and 14th Senate District of California. Thank you for your ongoing commitment to our community businesses, your continued efforts and advocacy for promoting tourism. The economic development for the entire community is truly commendable. Thank you all very much. Who will be receiving this? Everybody and anybody from the Spirit of San Juan Bautista. Yeah, absolutely. Presentation, San Benito Arts Council update, Jennifer Lane, San Benito County Arts Council. Hi, Jennifer, welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Jordan and members of the council. Do I have the ability to share my screen here?
Yes, you do.
Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. I'm Jennifer Lane, Executive Director of the San Benito County Arts Council, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide a public art update for the city of San Juan. We have two really exciting projects that have been taking place over the last year and a half or so. We're getting really close to final completion on both of those projects, so I'll give you a brief update. And if I can just give a quick shout out to Spirit of San Juan, that was a lovely event last week, and we're so happy on behalf of the Arts Council to partner with you on a number of programs, present and future. Okay, so the first I'll start with is the Washington Street underpass. Most of you based there in San Juan Bautista will have seen the installation of a mural on the Washington Street underpass as part of a Clean California program put on by Caltrans. I'll give you an update on some of the improvements to the site and where we're at with the mural. So this is just a brief review of Clean California. This presentation was made to City Council about a year ago. I was on the call along with Corby Kilmer, who's our District 5 representative for Caltrans. This, of course, Clean California was a very large initiative put forward by Governor Newsom as part of his effort following the pandemic to create jobs and beautify communities by cleaning up roadways and highways and putting people to work. And what was really unique about this legislation was the inclusion of artists in this process. So there was a funding mandate and a policy mandate to make sure that artists were included as part of these beautification projects. We were very fortunate in San Benito County that District 5 identified 2 projects to fund. One, of course, was the Washington Street underpass, and then we're working on another project along Highway 25 in Hollister. Here is just an aerial view of the underpass with above here, we're looking at Highway 156. So this is what it looked like before. I'm just going to kind of flash through a couple of these images. Here it is. I'm trying to, I don't really have my bearings if we're looking east or west here. This part here was just a dirt slope underneath the underpass, and paving this with concrete and was part of one of the identified projects. And this is a view here on the inside of the underpass. So again, part of the scope of work included slope paving. I'm not an expert, so I'm not going to describe all what they did, but that did happen early on in last spring. It took a few weeks to cure, and then painting from the mural project was installed on top of that. In addition, along the sidewalk, there are different pavers. Fencing will be installed if that hasn't been installed already, as well as landscaping. So the crews, Caltrans, contracted with Granite out of Aromas there, so local general contractor to do these improvements. They got the contract for the full project. So their crews have been out there in the hot sun over the summer, doing the landscaping, the slope paving, and all those good things. So this is the part I really can talk about. Last year, this is about a year and a half in the planning. The Arts Council partnered with Caltrans. We ran a statewide request for qualification. This team, Yano and Zoo, were selected as the artist team based on their proposal called The Fabric of Life. They came to San Juan Bautista a year ago in August 2022, and met with a number of community leaders, elders, local business owners, and other folks to really kind of get a feel and flavor for the fabric of life in San Juan Bautista. And there were a number of elements that kind of came out really loud and clear in their research. So from that, they came up with a design, which was presented to Caltrans. We had a number of back and forth based on the transportation art guidelines that Caltrans uses for its project. So there's a number of things that cannot be depicted, such as letters and symbols, anything, of course, which we would not want to do anyway, but related to hate speech or anything like that. So, so there was a number of back and forth on terms of what the final design would look like. And here's just a sampling of what they came up with. So I apologize, this image is a little blurry. So this is one of the outside walls as you enter the underpass. You'll see some California poppies here, an image of a hummingbird, which is part of the Amamutsun creation story. Here is a little bit of a before and after, sort of midterm and near completion of two figures paying homage to El Teatro Campesino. Here are more native wildflowers painted in these beautiful purples and pinks. And then you can see at the
Oh, no. Did we freeze or did? Can we unmute Isaac George to see if we're frozen or? Although I can see me moving. It's hers, okay. Oh, no.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Isaac.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did I get kicked out there?
Yeah, you froze for a moment. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks for coming back.
Okay. Apology about that. So I'm not quite sure where I left off, but the artists were in San Juan Bautista during the month of August, painting Monday to Saturday, pretty much all day. And I want to thank City Council and staff for quickly approving an encroachment permit so they could extend their working hours beyond what's regularly approved. So where they are right now, they're about 90% done. After a month, they had to get home to their families and they had promised themselves to other projects. But they're going to come back in November for two kind of critical pieces of the project. One is to finish the painting of the mural. So they did everything up high as best they could because they had rented a lift. You'll see if you go to the underpass, there are some parts a bit lower to the ground that are still unpainted. So they're going to come back and finish that. And then importantly, what was part of the original RFQ was we were looking for artists that could do a 2D mural and include some kind of three-dimensional component. So what you'll see here is a design schematic for a sculptural piece of the fabric that will actually emerge from the wall and kind of come onto the slope paving. So right now, these two pieces are being fabricated in New York City by a company called UAP. They're large-scale public art fabricators. It'll be shipped to California, we hope, in early November, and then installed on site. So with the underpass mural, we should be 100% complete by end of November, and we will definitely want to reach out to the city, to COG, to Caltrans, to Granite, to UAP, the artists, all the project partners to do a celebration and ribbon cutting. So that is something we can all look forward to and give ourselves a nice pat on the back when all is said and done. I'll pause there for one moment and then at the end take questions. I'd like to quickly touch on this San Juan Bautista Library mural. This was a mural design created by local artist Venencia Prudencio, and this was a project from 2021. So it's about 2 years old. It was funded by the California Arts Council to kind of recognize local communities, their resilience, their strength, and their character coming out of the pandemic. So similarly, Venencia met with local residents in San Juan Bautista, incorporated a lot of things that are special to the community and came up with this design.
Jennifer, excuse me 1 second. Can you share your screen, please?
Oh my goodness, I'm so
No,
sorry.
Nope, that's okay.
When I got kicked out, oh,
Yeah.
I'm just talking and.
Yep. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
let me go back real quick if you don't mind. As I was talking, this was what I was showing here. So this is the design of the sculptural piece that is being fabricated back east and will be installed in November. It's kind of hard to tell, but I think it'll be really neat. The scale is quite large. And of course, we've been working closely with Caltrans, the artists, the engineers at UAP to make sure it's completely secure. Granite, as they did the slope paving, made sure that all the footings were in the correct place to prevent any, accidents or people, climbing on the sculpture and, falling and getting hurt. So that's been double checked, triple checked. But again, I'm not the expert on this. So if you have more detailed questions, I'd be happy to point you to the right person on that. Okay, back to the San Juan Bautista Library mural. So this was the design. Originally, it was intended to be painted directly on the library building itself. But after meeting with library staff and the auxiliary, it was determined that maybe kind of leaving the building alone was the best approach. And so the artist painted on mural panels. So on 3 plywood mural panels. So ultimately the dimensions came out to 12 by 9 feet. I don't have a full picture of the completed mural, but here's one panel. If you can kind of see, it's resting on the ground. So this is the top half, and then there's a middle and the bottom, and it's been trimmed to have kind of a rounded shape. So over the last year, we, the Arts Council, have tried to connect with 2 different contractors that actually came out to the library, met with Public Works, and discussed options for installing the mural. And then unfortunately, those contractors got other projects and were not able to follow through with this one. But I believe that Public Works at the city there has a good idea of how this mural can be installed on posts that will be set into the ground and really strengthened with a concrete base. I think what we need to do next is the mural is a bit larger than originally proposed. So the plan right now is for myself and Mayor Jordan and a couple members from staff and the library to walk around the park there and find a good home for it. So it's a beautiful mural. The intention was for it to be displayed at the library. We'd like to keep it there. And I believe that there's a resolution on the agenda to modify the acceptance of the mural. I'm not quite sure of the resolution itself. So what's next? There's two columns here. So Washington Street underpass. Oh, very importantly, as many of you probably know, we have a special visit tomorrow and Thursday by the California Transportation Commission, and they'll be doing a site visit at the Washington Street underpass on Thursday morning. I really invite you to join. They're scheduled to be there at 10 a.m. It'll be real short and sweet, but I'll be giving just a brief overview of the Clean California program, how we selected our artist team, and then they'll have a moment to look through the mural. So that's this Thursday at 10. Again, in November, the artist will be finishing the painting, installing the sculptural piece, and then we would love to collaborate with you all on a ribbon cutting and celebration. On the library mural, I believe City Council is set to approve the location and the size. Again, we'll be doing a site visit to kind of determine the best location for the mural. And then ideally, we would love for it, because it's been delayed so long, to get it installed as quickly as possible, especially ahead of the rainy season. And then again, another, ribbon cutting and community celebration at the library with the artists and the library auxiliary and staff would be wonderful. So that concludes my presentation. I'm very happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from the council, Councilmember Friels.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm curious as to why the mural is so much bigger than it was approved to be.
Yeah, I think, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't know why. I don't recall what was in the original resolution, if in fact a size was mentioned. I believe at the time only what was presented was a schematic of what the mural would look like on the building. And then at some point when it was determined that the mural would not go on the building, there wasn't a directive from the Arts Council to paint on 3 panels. So I'm not quite sure how that happened. If the artist determined more or less, that would consist of 3 plywood panels, which are generally, 4 by 8. So I think it's a bit bigger. I don't think it's like considerably bigger, but there was a little bit miscommunication or maybe just conversations that didn't happen that should have happened.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you very much. I've enjoyed watching the progress. I've driven by the Washington Street underpass several times in the last 3 or 4 months. I've enjoyed watching it go up, and I think it looks great, and it's a great addition to our town. And I'm sure the library mural will be too, if we find an appropriate place for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I, as well as Pro Tem Mayor Freeman, have enjoyed looking at the mural under the overpass. It's very vivid. It's stylized. I know that some of the purple flowers are supposed to be poppies, which are yellow, but I feel like these artists, they're pretty much internationally known, if I'm not correct in that, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
Yeah. So it's very beautiful. I can't wait till the landscape is finished, because I think that'll be the finishing touches. And we'll see when they come back in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
I would like to echo all of my fellow council members' comments about the mural. I think it's awesome. I love looking at it from beneath and above. The colors really pop. So it's good. It's great. I do have some concerns. Do you know if this plywood mural has been treated to be outdoors? It's relatively moist here.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm having a hard time figuring out where a 12-foot tall mural goes outside the library, but I'm hoping to be pleasantly surprised.
Thank you. It has been my extreme pleasure to meet the artists and to see them on a daily basis. Amazing folks, the whole crew, and watching the mural go up. Jennifer, I can't thank you enough for choosing San Juan and for Caltrans for providing the grant for this opportunity. Simply amazing. I hope we get lots of people who just want sorry to everybody who lives on the other side of the overpass, but I hope we get a whole bunch of traffic through there admiring it. It's a beautiful piece of artwork. And again, having Eric and Ryan in the city has been just amazing. Wonderful people. We appreciate everything that you do and look forward to a continued relationship. So thank you for that. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns from the public? Oh, hang on, sorry.
Real quick, Mayor, thank you for letting me interrupt. One of the many handouts on your dais today is a little survey that our Library League Tech provided of some alternative walls that the mural could be placed on. So I think there is a potential. It looks like this. It has the slide on the cover. It's about 3 pages. And there are 2 other walls that we'll consider working with Jennifer and Public Works. Sure.
I don't have that. Thank you. We'll take a look at that. And
You forgot to hand it out? I'm sorry, it's Liz has.
John, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, can you please? Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, I thought we had passed it out. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you. Thanks. We'll take a look at that. And we still have a site visit with you, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
coming up to the library. I have that on my calendar. And before we close, I just want to thank the community of San Juan Bautista, especially really from my heart. When the artists came up, they're from LA, big city, and they were just so in awe of how generous everyone was. There were gift cards for coffee and food and invitations to dinner. And it was just such a warm and kind experience for them. So they hold a special place in their heart. And I just really want to extend my gratitude to the community for showing up for our artists and making our county and town such an inviting place.
Thanks for that.
And if I could plant, just one more seed, which is, this wasn't a part of the scope of work on the Caltrans project, and I think it might fall under the jurisdiction of the city anyway. But if there were any possibility at some point to install some lighting somewhere in the underpass, maybe even, lighting from the bottom, potentially solar powered, but something to, 1, create a bit more safety in the underpass overnight, and then 2, to have the opportunity to illuminate the mural at nighttime. That would be really outstanding, because I know it gets quite dark there. I think there is no existing lighting, and if that was something that we could explore, I'd be more than happy to, help the city and do some research and look into it myself as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Questions, comments, concerns from the public from Zoom?
Madam Mayor, seeing no hands raised, but we did receive a public comment.
Okay. Do you want to read that in?
It's yes.
Or do you want me to read it in? Do I have it?
I emailed it to everybody. Yeah, I'll read it.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. I'm without computer today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you mind taking the time from me?
Please sit by. Go.
Good afternoon. I wanted to make sure that the city council was aware of 2 things in regards to item 3 on the agenda tonight. Number one, I don't believe that the Spirit of San Juan Committee was directly involved with either of the public art projects. However, their logo is being used on the slide deck provided by the San Juan Bautista, the San Benito County Arts Council. And then number two is the original location and size of the library mural can be seen here, which is the pictures you have. And it says that the location can be accessed 24/7 as it is on the exterior of the building. The rough measurements from the edge of the window to the wall facing the museum is 10 feet wide. The rough measurement from the base of the archway to the bottom of the window is 7 feet tall. The height was measured from the top of the frame piece to the middle right window pane to the bottom of the frame piece for the bottom right window pane. In this image, it appears as though the finished piece would be closer to 7.5 feet wide by 8.5 to 9 feet tall. Please also note that the city has decided before it was that it was painted, that it would be painted on panels so that the future plans of the library would be accommodated without damaging this piece. And then number three, the area would be considered as a temporary location. However, the overall size of the piece is still considered to be too large for this temporary location. And Rochelle Egan, Library Tech lead.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers?
I didn't receive any speaker cards for this item.
Thank you very much. Back to council members. Anything further? Council member Friels, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, council members Morris Lopez.
Yes, I guess sitting here after the fact and hearing conversation and the dimensions, hearing the librarian lead technician discuss her concerns, that's pretty large. That's like the size of a storage shed or a small ADU, 12 feet by 9. And bad on us for not discussing specifically the dimensions that we desired. But unfortunately, this artist has put their hard work into creating and painting this beautiful piece. So we have a dilemma. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia. Thank you, Jennifer, again, very much. We super appreciate all of the work that you're doing with the Arts Council and keeping San Juan Bautista involved.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks. See you next week.
Okay.
General public comment. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker on items that are not on the agenda and are under the city's subject matter jurisdiction. If you wish to make a comment, please fill out a speaker card. If you are attending by Zoom, please raise your hand. If joining by telephone, please press *9. Again, this is public comment. The city council cannot respond. Thank you. Do we have public comment for anybody on Zoom?
Madam Mayor, we have one hand raised from Ida Pisano.
Thank you.
Ida, you have 3
Good e-
minutes.
Hi, welcome.
Good evening, everybody. A few council meetings ago, there seemed to be an urgency to fill the vacant seat with the Planning Commission. And the result was that the majority vote by City Council was to reopen that particular position with the deadline of August 22nd. It's been about 3.5 weeks, and just wanting to know what is the status of filling that position. Is it in process? I know you can't answer, but it's not on the agenda, and I don't know if it's going to be on the agenda soon, but it would be courteous to the applicants to have a response since it's been 3.5 weeks.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, would you like to?
I could just say a couple of words. I know the ad hoc committee has met and we are continuing to move forward. There's no discussion about it tonight on the agenda. So we're not going to be able to address it tonight. However, we will get some movement and resolution. I would hope by the next meeting.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on Zoom?
Seeing no hands raised, but we do have 3 speaker cards for chambers.
Thank you very much.
We have Celeste Toledo, Bocanegra, and Lori Tankersley.
Hi, welcome. Hang on 1 second while we get the timer going.
Green light. Press the center circle to the green light. Is there a red light?
Okay, perfect.
Okay, hang on. There you go. Your 3-minute timer is up on the wall. And whenever you're ready to begin, thank you.
My name is Celeste Toledo Bocanegra. I was born and raised in Hollister. However, San Juan Bautista is true to my heart as well. My family and I would attend church every Sunday at the mission, and growing up, go to El Trato Campesino, and I was much part of it as a little girl and as a teenager as well. And well, actually, as an adult, I had my daughter and I did some of the shows, La Virgen de Tepeyac and so forth. So giving you that history, I feel San Juan is part of my home. I did notice a concern, and that's why I'm here. In your August 15th meeting, so let me start from the beginning. I'm not going to recite the pledge, but I wanted to follow or state some rules. Should be, so the Pledge of Allegiance should be rendered by standing at attention facing the flag with the right hand over the heart. When not in uniform, men should remove any non-religious headdress with their right hand and hold it at the left shoulder, the hand being over the heart. Persons in uniform should remain silent, face the flag, and render the military salute. Members of the armed forces not in uniform and veterans may render the military salute in the manner provided for persons in uniform. These rules should be followed by those who hold office and have taken the oath of office as well. There are federal laws protecting the manner of how we deliver the Pledge of Allegiance. Although not enforced, I'm here to ask why on August 15, 2023, during your regular city council meeting, all of you city council members during the Pledge of Allegiance use your left hand over than the correct way, which is the right hand over your heart. However, this may be untrue now that I'm physically here, because I see that the monitor and TV could be showing us the opposite way. And I figured if I am wrong, it's still okay. I'm gonna come and still speak. But you guys know me from my past, and I think it's very it's good that I'm out here because citizens are always watching. So I'm just here to state that. Thank you so much for giving me time. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Do we have any other speakers? Okay, time out. We want to make sure your microphone's on. We're all good.
Yes, I have the green light. It
Nice.
should be good. Okay, good evening, Mayor Jordan and Council. My name is Lori Tankersley. I'm here on behalf of San Benito County Integrated Waste Management, IWM for short, to give some updates on our programs. We have an upcoming community cleanup event. We are helping host a countywide cleanup this Saturday on September 23rd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. to support National Coastal Cleanup Day. We will be stationed at Sunny Slope Elementary School in Hollister, handing out equipment such as gloves, bags, trash grabbers, etc. Additionally, we can help with the free disposal of any waste collected during the event. We are partnering with several community groups to come together and help gather with family and friends, pick a favorite park, neighborhood, or area amongst the county to help prevent waste from San Benito County from polluting our rivers and coastal communities. San Juan Library will also be partnering with us and hosting a small cleanup of their own at the library and the park, which is available to join if you want to help out just kind of the small group. Even small efforts can make a big difference. So mark your calendars and join us for Coastal Cleanup Day event to help our waterways stay clean and healthy. As well, we are partnering with Resilient Central Coast on a wonderful new website for the county. This website allows you to input your household energy use. Then you have many action items to pick from to reduce your household carbon emissions. You can easily filter from easy to difficult actions and even actions based on emission impacts or savings per year. Join your community to cut emissions, save money, and prepare for climate change. The website is up now, and it is under the URL www.resilientsanbenito.org. You can go ahead and go to that to sign up and get started. We will be updating, kind of promoting it some more on our Instagram and Facebook at SBC IWM. We are so excited to work together with the community and take action. We are offering a bulky item recycling and disposal event this Saturday and Sunday, September 23rd and 24th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at John Smith Landfill, where residents can bring up to 2 bulky items per household at no cost. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share more about our programs. I look forward to providing additional updates at the next meeting.
Thank you very much.
If I may add, it's not a response to her, but it's an addition. The bulky items would be things like car tires, refrigerators, washing machines, stuff like that that can junk up your backyard or whatever. And so it's a great opportunity to get rid of bulky items. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And they'll also come and get them. They'll pick up 2 bulky items a year for you.
Thank you.
We have one more speaker card, Helena Walton.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and esteemed city council members. I'm going to see if I can request more time if possible.
You can request all you want, but I'm sorry, it's a 3-minute limit. Thank you.
No worries. I believe they handed out a couple of handouts, so we won't have a lot of time to go on it. It was originally submitted on July the 9th. It's a funding request. I was told that it was too late for the July agenda. It did, and then you were not available for August, and that it would go on to the September agenda, which to my dismay was not included in the agenda. So we're bringing back the Harvest Festival. I don't know if you all have seen the flyers or the social media posts that are going out now through Nextdoor and things of that nature. At any rate, we have an esteemed established animator who's created captured images. Can I hand this out to you so you can just pass it? Take a look. That's coming up on October the 14th. We put in 2 requests, one for funding. The second one was for the flags to be utilized during town. The website is up and you can access it. It's Harvest Festival, discoversanjuan.com. It's through an initiative and we're collaborating with the business owners here to incorporate them and emerge them into the event itself with a coloring book that is completely full at this point, so we're no longer taking submissions, highlighting the businesses here in San Juan or businesses that touch San Juan Bautista as part of a coloring book initiative. And with that being said, it will become an event souvenir book as well. There's a lot that's been going on behind the scenes regarding the event. So please visit the website. I know you can't make any comments or decisions on it, but I'm going to request a special meeting if you all can to do a consideration, because we did also ask for the city to participate in the marketing efforts. This is an attempt to do something different outside of the box to draw more people here. And it's a family-friendly, fun event that I think we have a plush toy being created currently. So that will be pre-ordered, and we have stadium cups as well as stickers that you can use on your Yeti. They're like waterproof. So it's a complete package to create a new draw, especially for families, to our esteemed city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry for the delay, working on the timer. We have 3 minutes to get finished through this whole packet. Do we have any other speaker cards?
No more speaker cards, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Administrative report, treasurer's report, and monthly financial statement. City Treasurer Michelle Sabathia.
Hi, how's it going?
Hey, Michelle, how are you? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So we're now in the second month of the new fiscal year. So I'm going to provide a brief update on the financials from that. So we can go ahead and start with the general fund. So year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of 47K. Revenues are in line with expectation. It's still a little early, so there's nothing much to tell there. On the expenditure side, there's currently no anomalies that stand out, but I did want to point out that we're going to have an uptick on the capital improvement project for the sewer line, which we do have grants for to offset the expense, but that is going to start coming through in the next couple of months. So that's something to make note of on your warrant listing. And then some of the vendors that also stood out on the general fund would be CIRCA, which is our California Intergovernmental Risk, which is various liability insurances that the city has to pay out annually for. So nothing out of the ordinary there. And then MNS Engineers, which you're familiar with, it's a recurring expense for our city civil engineer, which is based on consumption as well. And then we have McKinn Corporation, which is our pavement project under CIP 2122, which should be the last payment that we're seeing for this CIP. And then another big one that stood out as well was the city of Hollister, which is our fire contract that we pay out quarterly. For the Water Enterprise Fund, year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of 74K. Revenues, like I mentioned, we're going to see a trend here, are running slightly higher than budget by 9%, still really early, right? New fiscal year. On the expenditure side, expenses are in line with expectation, with our normal recurring expenses that we normally see, which is personnel, contracts, etc. Sewer Enterprise Fund, year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of 84K. And then nothing out of the ordinary there. Revenues are in line with monthly expectation. And then there were no material call outs for the expenditure side. And that's all I have for now, unless there's questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Friels.
I just had 2 questions on the expenditure. Maybe Dawn can answer one.
Yeah.
Dale Coke, why are we giving Dale Coke $500? What's that for? Just curious.
That's our last payment of renting property for the pellet plant that was removed this past month.
Oh, okay, great. We won't pay anymore. That's that. Fantastic. And then one more, there's a Vina Statua. What is that?
What's the dollar amount?
120.
Oh, Dawn, maybe you can answer that one.
It's the very last entry.
Yeah.
We collected security deposit when we went to community hall. It's probably a refund of that deposit, but I'd have to look into it to be certain.
Okay, just curious. It's, I don't know. I don't know.
On that note, there is a couple other refunds on there, so if you wanted to know more about the deposit refunds, we can.
No, that's fine. I was just curious. It's kind of jumped out at me. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you for the great report. I really have no questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No questions. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
No questions.
Thank you. Thanks for the Dale Coke update. That was also one of my questions. And the other, another question is landscape design by Rosemary Bridwell. That's the barrels.
Right, she's taking care of our succulents for us.
Okay. And this kind of goes along with, I noticed that this is the month of July's expenditures.
Mhm.
And when I was reading over the contract for our new city attorney, welcome, by the way. It says net 30, so I'm just making sure that we're doing net 30 for all of our invoices, and we're just a month or two behind in reporting out.
Right, we're paying, yes. I'm not sure of the terms of being the same for every single one.
Understood.
Usually the vendor tries to prescribe their terms on us.
Uh-huh.
Terms. And they're not always 30 days, sometimes they're 15 days.
Okay, so I guess that was my biggest concern. We have a printout for July 1st through July 31st, but
Right.
we're already in mid-September.
So we do have the one for August available, but I didn't release that one since we're not discussing August financials, but I could add in the August ones. The September ones wouldn't be a full view available, but if you wanted, we could do that upon request. And I could ask for that going forward so that we could add it in. So you could get a full view. Just making note that it wouldn't fully relate and correlate with the financials. Just let us know, we can accommodate.
Awesome, understood. Just want to make sure that we're actually not paying July's today.
Definitely not.
Thank you for that. Perfect.
That would be bad on our part.
Kinda, that's why. Yeah, just making sure we're on good. Thank you very much, Michelle. We appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Public comment or no?
Oh, public comment. Sorry. Do we have public comment? Anyone in Zoom?
Seeing no hands raised or any speaker cards in chambers.
Thank you very much. Michelle, again, thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night. The consent agenda, and then we're done. Okay, just kidding. Consent agenda. There are 5 items on the consent agenda. Would any members of the council wish to pull an item? Councilmember Morris Lopez. No. Thank you. No. I don't have any either. Anybody from Zoom wish to pull an agenda item?
Madam Mayor, seeing no hands raised.
Do we have anybody from Chambers who wishes to pull an item from the consent agenda?
Seeing none.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Friel, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia.
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Public hearing. Oh, great.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Welcome, Attorney Finn.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Sure. I don't know.
Too late.
No more opportunity to.
Keeps track.
Thank you. With that motion, we have approved the retention of the firm, Kennedy, Archer and Giffen. Again, welcome, Attorney Giffen. Public hearing, draft 2023-2031 housing element of the general plan. Community Development Director Brian Fouch, if you could please introduce our guest speaker.
Yes, of course. Just before we do
Press it slowly.
there, good. This is the sixth cycle housing element, 2034 to 2031. And what we're doing here this evening is we are authorizing submittal of the draft housing element to HCD for a 90-day review period. During the 90-day review period, changes can be incorporated into the housing element referenced referred to HCD, Housing and Community Development, for incorporation into the housing element that you will then receive following their review for adoption. That'll be the final housing element. But before then, we'd like to make sure that we've had 2 planning commission hearings. We did, although there's correction in the current draft element, we did attempt to have a joint planning commission city council hearing, and instead we had an individual planning commission hearing on the 12th, followed by the hearing this evening. So the housing element has undergone some revision since it was first published in late July. It's had its review period for public review, and we have also subjected the first iteration of the housing element to a peer review. So we have both staff review, a peer review, and public comments that all of which have been incorporated into the draft that you have before you this evening. And so with that little introduction, I'd like to ask Isaac George to go ahead and present the PowerPoint covering the draft that's going to be sent to HCD for our review. We do want to make sure that we get this finished and adopted before the end of the year. Okay.
Thank you. Do we have, there you are. Hi, Mr. George, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you, Mr. Fouch, for the introduction. My name is Isaac George from Realty Planners Group, representing the city, preparing the sixth cycle housing element and the fair housing analysis. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Commission. It's a pleasure to be here with you to present this report. I have had the pleasure to work with city staff in coming up with this draft that was presented to you. And as the Community Development Director has presented, since presenting it to you, we have made some changes. That is what we would present to the Housing and Community Development Department. And the staff report that you have read pretty much parallels a PowerPoint that staff would share with you at this time. And with your permission, I'm going to share the PowerPoint and follow that for our discussion tonight and any questions at the end. With regards to the planning process, the state requires us to conduct workshops. As Brian mentioned, we have had a couple of workshops and a public hearing before the Planning Commission prior to this meeting. The housing element has to be reviewed by the City Council as well, and it has to be approved by the City Council also. When we adopt the housing element after it comes from the Housing and Community Development Department, we will do an environmental analysis that is suitable for the type of study that we have done. And at that time, the City Council will have another hearing to adopt the document. In terms of the process, the most important aspect, as staff mentioned, is the workshops. The Planning Commission conducted workshops on June 27, 2023, and it conducted a Planning Commission meeting on the 12th as well on the public draft, and we gave notice of availability of 30 days for the public draft to be reviewed by the public. And from here today, the question that comes up is what a housing element is. In short, it is the city's vision. It is part of the general plans that we have, like the land use element and the safety element and the other elements, which are otherwise also called general plans. And the housing element is a plan on how best to provide housing for all income groups. And that's the key word, for all income groups within the city. And that too, implementing it in an affirmatively furthering fair housing and in an affirmative manner. The housing element is known by cycles, and we are in the 6th cycle, and the cycle comprises now about 8 years. The steps in updating the housing element has been first reviewing and revising the existing housing element, that is the 5th cycle housing element, incorporating new programs into the existing format, performing site inventory, and including affordability level in the different sites that we have identified. And at the end, couching all of these in an affirmative program that is required by the feds, passed on to the states, which are passed on to local jurisdictions like counties and cities. And the new requirement since this year is that we have to do a special affirmative study on fair housing needs of the community, whether it is the county or the city. When we do the fair housing analysis, there are several components that we have to go by research. One is, as we discussed, outreach to the community, wanting to know about what their desires are. An assessment of fair housing, which includes analysis of data and background information about the community, enforcement and outreach capacity of the city, integration and segregation patterns and trends in the community, racially or ethnically concentrated areas of poverty in the city, disparities in access to opportunity, disproportionate housing needs in the jurisdiction, any potential displacement risk, and then analyzing, determining whether or not we have enough sites zoned for meeting the RHNA, which stands for the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, and finally identifying contributing factors, goals, and actions. And these observations of the housing element and fair housing analysis are follows. When we analyze for the housing element, primarily we look at the demographic, census, socioeconomic data. Basically, our community has about 2,000 or so people. We have about 60% of the people who are Latino or Hispanic. We have about 700 households. About 56% of those are owner-occupied, and the persons per household is approximately 2.68. Median household income is 92,000, which is a very good number for a community such as ours, because if you really look at the California median income, they are somewhere probably around the upper 30s or low 40s. So the income that we have is commendable, and there is some reason for it. However, we also have some poverty in the community, especially among all female-headed households. About 6.7% of our community of the households are in poverty. The fair housing analysis basically comes up with certain types of studies and indices or indexes. So one of them is the diversity index rated from 1 to 100, basically telling what kind of a community do we have. We do have moderate to high density diversity index score throughout the city. The eastern half of the city has a higher diversity score than the rest of the community. There has not been much change to the diversity index between 2018 and 2023. Then we looked at the income disparities, generally called the Gini index. And the Gini index also goes along with Gini coefficients. And for California as a whole, the Gini coefficient is 0.487, whereas San Benito Gini index is 0.408. So the lower Gini index in San Benito is reflective of the lower overall poverty levels in the area compared to all of California. There is another concept called dissimilarity index. This index looks at the uneven distribution of racial or ethnic populations in different neighborhoods within the city. Considering the population distribution in San Joaquin of approximately 50% Latino, San Joaquin appears to have some disparity, but is pretty much equally dispersed in terms of the white and non-white populations. Now we depict all of these in graphic forms. These are the same indexes that we talked about depicted in GIS, using GIS softwares, creating these graphics. One of the areas that we also looked at is the racially or ethnically concentrated areas of poverty, and we did not find any concentrated poverty areas in the city. Similar to this is another concept called the racially concentrated areas of affluence. In other words, the definition is that if you have a location that is more than 80% white and has over $125,000 of income, so it is a conditionality, it's a correlative number. If you really look at those two conditions, preconditions, we really do not have any racially concentrated areas of affluence. And that's a very important point to make, and that we can be proud of our community. Again, these are graphics that depicts it. These small areas that you see is the city boundaries, and these larger areas depicts our surrounding communities in the San Benito County area and beyond. This is for comparative purposes. The state wants to look at how we do and how our neighboring cities or counties do. Another concept is the disparities of access to opportunities. So when you talk about opportunities, it's the availability of loan funds, it's the availability of hospitals, nice schools, resources that are needed for upward mobility, as well as reducing segregation and poverty. When we really look at this index, we realize that San Joaquin Bautista has more resources and opportunities. They are low resources areas in some cities, and some cities are very high opportunity areas, whereas in our case, we have a moderate situation. This is a map that was prepared by HCD. It stands for Housing and Community Development Department of the state, and TCAC, that stands for the Tax Credit Allocation Committee. Another concept is the disproportionate housing needs. This arises when you have overpayment situations and cost burdens on majority of the people in the town. In our case, that is not necessarily the situation. Overall, the cost burden has reduced significantly compared to the 2010-2014 period, when cost burden was over 80%. And whereas now we can say it's about 48 or so percent. And displacement occurs when households are forced to move because they are evicted or their building was torn down. So if there is a potential, say for example, assume that we have had an affordable housing project with a 55-year covenant to keep it as affordable. And once the 55-year period goes away, then the owner of the complex has the ability to make it into a market rate project. And that's when displacement potentially can happen. San Juan has recorded a low displacement risk in 2022, as is the case in most parts of the county. There are no disadvantaged communities in the city. The city is a sensitive community with vulnerability for displacement because of housing cost. And that we know just by the juxtaposition of where we are between Monterey and San Jose. We are positioned in a prime area where the housing potentially could go up, and that we kind of see now as well. This all comes to the availability of the site inventory to meet all the needs of the income categories, especially female-headed households, senior households, low and moderate income households as well. And we then look at the programs of the housing element and discuss these specific aspects tied to the different programs that we have proposed. If you really look at the housing element at the very end, there is a housing plan and a very specific housing action program that we have provided with certain timelines as to what we will do and when we will accomplish that. Now, the crux of the housing elements is the RHNA allocation. The Regional Housing Needs Assessment is prepared typically by the Council of Governments, and in some cases they are prepared by HUD when Council of Governments cannot or do not do that in some circumstances, which basically tells us that in the entire county, what is the allocation? So if you here look at the first line, that's the allocation for the county. And then, of course, Hollister has a large share of allocation. And if you really look at our city, we just have about 88 houses that needs to be provided. In the scheme of things, this is a very, very low number. And of course, it is it's divided up into what I call quantitative housing objectives in terms of how we plan to construct or what we expect to construct in the different income categories, which is the first column from extremely low to above moderate. Again, when we talk about it, the legislations require that we facilitate and we try our best to promote, promulgate, and facilitate the needs of the development community. It is not fair on the city's part to be able to come up with the monies that we can build houses, and that is not the intent. In the olden days where people used to, to call out saying not in my backyard, that kind of situation has changed, where the state has taken a proactive attitude in coming up with recent legislations, a myriad of legislations that are imposed on counties and cities so that the NIMBYism is not very much prevalent when it comes to what cities want to do or do not want to do. In a way, it is telling us what the city expects, what the state expects us to do. But remember that we do not have to build it ourselves if you do not have the money, if you don't have the funding for it, if you don't get the grants for it, if developers don't show up in our neighborhood to build, then we are not at fault. But if we create artificial impediments to development, then that can be a problem. Now, when you compare to the fifth cycle, which is a previous cycle, our need was only 41. And we did pretty well in terms of the housing that we built in the fifth cycle. These are HCD's numbers, so we built about 53 units. So our track record is good, and we have not been defaulting. And one more thing to remember in this discussion is that our growth rate since 2010 has been kind of crawling at about maybe 1.2% or so. So even by the end of the housing cycle, which is 2031, we still will not probably be an urbanized area. An urbanized area is over 2,500 people. And so some of these legislations may not apply in our case, like Senate Bill SB 9. So that's a caveat that I wanted to mention, that some exceptions may be there in our situation. Now, when we prepare the housing plan, the law requires us to prepare the plan consistent with the existing other general plans so that it is not contradictory, and it is also complementary to each other without having any mistakes in its application. We looked at the overall sites that are available in the city. This is a vacant sites inventory, and we do have adequate sites that we can provide for the RENA numbers. But we should also caution ourselves on some limitations as to what we can do within our community, especially because we have certain environmental constraints like flood and fire. One corner of the city here has said flood and fire issues. We are also affected by the Alquis-Priolo earthquake zones. We do have undulating topography. That means there are hillside issues, soil subsidence issues, and such that we will have to worry about. But regardless, the small number of housing objectives that we have in terms of quantified objectives, I think we should be able to prepare well for that without much heartache and pain. Here in this slide, we have proposed several housing programs. Since this has been submitted to the council, we have added a few more programs based on what the state has been recently looking for, so that there will be less comments coming after the 90-day review period. So at tonight's meeting, after the council directs staff to submit this to HCD, they will have about 90 days to review this document and tell us what we have to do further if there are any discrepancies, inconsistencies, or lack of compliance with any of the state housing laws or legislations. Then there may be some notes coming back saying that we will have to revise this document. And upon revision, they may decide either to statutorily approve or they will ask us to edit it further and send it back to them with a headline document. In terms of the housing element approval, there are two parts to it. One is called the statutory approval. So let's say we are more or less compliant with the statutory regulatory requirements of the housing law and any other legislation. The reason I say housing law and any other legislation is because SB 9 is not enforced by the community housing and community development department, although it's a housing related law. That is a separate provision that has to be compliant on cities that have to do that, or where it is applicable to them. The programs in itself are pretty self-explanatory. Basically, we are saying that we will revise our zoning code, addressing the different legislations that are in effect, usually as of January 1st, 2023. And there are certain programs that we do not have, like the fair housing programs, augmenting those programs, etc. And finally, the SEPA exemption is probably what we will seek when we come back to you for adoption of the document. And the question is now, what are the next steps? HCD reviews and comments comes in. And if we get the statutory approval, the city council adopts it. And upon adoption, we will send a resolution adopting the housing elements and the fair housing document as amended by the city council or the state or staff. And then finally, we will send copies of those along with the resolution to HCD for certification. So when you get the certification, we will be compliant with the law. And this kind of basically explains the basic process. And at this time, staff recommends that the city council open the floor for public input or comments on the draft housing element and the fair housing analysis. After closing the public hearing, staff recommends that city council direct staff to submit the draft housing element and fair housing analysis to the city council without amendments, and then forward it to HCD. There is a slight error in the language here. Essentially, staff is requesting that the council authorize staff to forward this to HCD for comments. And here ends the staff report. At this time, the council may ask staff for any questions or clarifications that you may have, and be glad to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Questions, comments, and concerns first go around from the council. Councilmember Friels.
Thank you. On my first scan through this and second scan, I didn't see the definitions for the incomes, but I found them right now. It's on page 2-17, and that gives you the definitions of our of income levels, which was good to hear. I had a question. SB 9 keeps popping up, and you said it. Who enforces SB 9, sir? Is he still there?
The state does. SB 9 has certain requirements for cities which has a population of a certain number, and those requirements are applicable to them. But HCD doesn't, the Housing and Community Development Department is not the enforcement authority, but the state does enforce that.
Who in the state? Or do we even know?
That question, honestly, I don't have an answer for that, but I'll be glad to research that, and then next time I'll provide you that answer.
I'm curious. And then, so do we even have to worry about SB 9?
I can answer that question.
Okay.
We don't have to worry about SB 9. It only applies to urbanized areas, and until we reach population of 2,500, according to the census, we won't have to worry about SB 9.
So
and calculating a 1.9% growth rate over the site life of the housing element, you get to about 2,485, something like that. So you don't ever cross that threshold with our current growth rate. That reference in the 1.9% reference for the sewer master plan and the general plan.
Yeah, the census growth rate is much less than that.
So,
Right.
so then, yes, the answer is we don't have to worry about it.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. What's the right now? What's the definition of average household population? How many people? 2.3, 2.6. What is it? 2.6. Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh,
A lot of
good,
numbers.
yeah.
No, that's yeah. Yeah, and like I said, let's see, I found the definitions of those. And I'm glad you brought up the point that the state of California is basically forcing us to do this stuff. Me personally, I don't want to see suburbia. I'm not going to speak for anybody else on the council, so I'm not happy with the fact that I'm being told how we run our city by the state of California, and I just want to make sure everybody knows that. But thank you for it's very detailed. I read it a couple times, and it's I just don't know how we get anything done in the state with all this stuff, but thank you.
I have some answers for your previous question in terms of the income categories. They are divided up into 4 or 5 categories, starting with acutely low, which is the 0 to 15% of the area median income, which is at the county level typically. The second group is extremely low, which is 15 to 30% of the area median income. Then very low income at 30 to 50%. And low income is from 50 to 80%. And that's in some terms, it's also called the 0 to 80% category if you generally say low income. Then the next one is moderate, which is the 80 to 120% of the area median income. Which for our community in our county, it's I believe $122,307. And our median household income in the city is $92,404.
Okay. So the numbers I saw on page 2-17 are those. Maybe I'm a little confused right now because I'm looking at a whole different. I wasn't looking at demographics. I just wanted to know the definition of the income levels. That's all. And I found them. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. I appreciate that. First of all, we really need to thank COG. We have a tremendously low number. 88 is not, even though I share Councilman Friel's disdain for the state of California telling us exactly what to do. There is some discretion at the AMBAG and COG levels, and Veronica did us a favor by giving us a low number. I'm going to give you a counter example. It's not quite analogous, but it will show you a huge difference. There's a city to the south of us called Sand City. It has a population of about 370 people right now, and they have a RENA number of 900 and something. And the city manager / city attorney of Sand City literally yelled at me saying, "What do you want me to do? Build apartments in the Costco parking lot?" I didn't answer him, but that's kind of a little humorous because they have real problems that even we don't have. They have property that goes up to the ocean, but that's controlled by the Coastal Commission, so they can't develop there, etc. So we really owe COG a big thank you. All this demographic, say that twice, 3 times, whatever. Data is frankly put together by AMBAG. I just signed a contract 2 months ago for the next 2 years for a demographic service that's what this lady does. She spends 40 hours a week crunching these numbers and spitting them out, and it's not something I could ever do, and not something I could ever do. I think there's HCD has taken a much more active view than active participation in the process than they ever have before. I'm going to warn us that the city of San Jose, which has more planners than Mr. Isaac and more planners than we do on their own staff, got their housing plan rejected last week. And that's a city of 1.2 million people. And so I think they're under more scrutiny than us, a lot more, like several hundred times more. But I'm just saying things aren't going easy, but I do think we have a good plan here, and I recommend approving it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I guess I just want to go first, just kind of clear up what SB 9 is. And SB 9 is structured to encourage, I'm reading this, housing development in urban environments while protecting vulnerable populations and ecological areas. To be eligible, and this is highlighted, a property must be located within an urban area and zoned for single family use. So for me, I interpret the entire city limits of San Juan Bautista. We are not urban, we are rural. So I don't know how this translates into how it works for us. I have to agree with Council Member Friels that I don't want to see urban sprawl. I don't want to see suburbia. I don't want to look like a small version of Gilroy. I don't agree wholeheartedly with the state of California forcing and mandating that it's a one size fits all approach. I have actually asked to be appointed to a group of city elected officials. I'm going to the conference this week. We headed there tonight for Cal Cities, and I'll be part of a small group of elected officials, or maybe a large group, I'm not sure, that will actually go to bat for the cities individually against some of these mandated housing Senate bills, because I feel like we need our voice. Not every city is equipped to build. Sand City, take the name, it's on sand. San Juan Bautista, we are a village, okay? We're not an urban center. So looking at this report, I know that someone put a lot of hard work and hours into this report, but I have some questions and some observations, because this is going to be a blueprint that HCD is going to look at, regardless of whether or not they're going to say, you know, you can amend it. One of my concerns, and I voiced that to our assistant city manager this afternoon, was the fact that in the report itself, in this draft report, figure 1.1 is the sphere of influence map, otherwise known as the SOI. And it's a large rectangular space. Really, I don't know what the geometric, it's not a rhomboid. To me, it looks like it's a dotted green line on page 1-4. But that SOI, I have to say, is not what the current working SOI that the committee, the Urban Growth Boundary SOI committee is working on, which I sit on, as well as Council Member Friels. So my concern and worry, Mr. Isaac, and I voiced this to Mr. Fauch this afternoon, is that is it amendable, our draft, because this is not a representation of what we are working on. That has to be ironed out. It has to be brought to our city council. Then it must go to LAFCO. So my worry is that if we send this to HCD, this is really not the true representation of what we want our SOI to look like. Also, in terms of workshop held in the community, public engagement, public hearing, I sat in the audience at the last Planning Commission meeting, and I can tell you that there was not anyone engaged from the public at that. So I feel like that's not really true public engagement, not true public hearing, whether they showed up or not. There's nothing to base it on. And in the body of your draft on page 1-7, at the very first sentence on the top of the page, it says approximately 10 persons attended the workshop and offered comments about ways to increase affordable housing. Well, for me, that's a very low number. You either know that it's 5 people, 7 people, 6 people, approximately 10 persons. Yeah, that doesn't sit well with me. I feel like we need to be transparent. We need to be honest. We need this document that's going to go for review. It's really important to be as transparent and as accurate as it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
Yeah, I have a couple of comments. The first of which is I noticed that map. It's in here as well. The one thing that sticks out to me is I don't mean to, I sat on that SOI committee previously as well. That whole process has taken a long time. And when I was first on the committee, one thing that I cautioned is if we take our time and want to do things right, that's fine. Until we actually codify something, the map that is shown in figure 1.1 is our SOI. That's the only thing we have that's approved right now. It's in our general plan.
Yep.
That's the one that's approved.
It's in our general plan. Go ahead, sorry,
Yeah,
I
so
didn't mean to interrupt, I apologize.
It's all good. So until we actually vote on something, get something out, that's the only thing that we can officially go off of. I did talk to Mr. Fauch about it being amendable. The whole point is to get this in front of HCD to initiate a conversation. As a draft, I love the detail in the report, the data-driven analysis. And one thing that I wanted to comment on that I've noticed and have been talking to a lot of constituents about, and seen people shed tears over this subject. We have families desperately searching for housing in San Juan. There are people being forced to leave the community, people with small children having to move away, and it's a failing, and to my understanding, to my opinion, to have options for these people here, for these families here. There are people who have been here for a long time. There are people who are going to have children and grandchildren, and I'd love to see those people have the opportunity and option to stay. There's not a lot, even if you wanted to rent right now here, there isn't a lot, and people are fighting over the onesie twosies that are out there, which means our community is hurting. And the right to housing is basic. And so I love that, even though it's being forced on us, if we start, taking some action and moving forward, we can, mold, we have the opportunity, there's enough wiggle room in the requirements that we can do things, the San Juan way, our way, if we do it early. If we wait, we're going to get more that we don't want shoved down our throats. So I'd love to continue to have these conversations, to move forward and to be making some decisions. Through 2031, 88 homes is not a lot. That's very, very little. And I think we can identify some pockets and places where we can say, hey, yeah, we did our part, not just as a rubber stamp, but like I mentioned, we have families that are hurting, and families that are gone, parts of our community that had to leave that are gone, including some small business owners that were the community was thriving on, loving here. And it'd be nice to have some options for that. And so I appreciate the analysis. It's a great conversation starter. And I would encourage that, before the ask was to get this thing done, we want to tighten things up before the end of the year. We need to get moving on our parts of the rest of the conversations and actions so that they can be included in here. Otherwise, we're stuck with what we got that's already approved. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. We need to start today talking about every part of this to get revisions, if so warranted, in earlier than later when this goes before it's adopted. It's kind of disconcerting that we've had public hearings for this, and what was it, 1-7 that said maybe 10 showed up, and because this affects the whole entire community, it affects our whole entire way of life. Being told that we have to do this, knowing that the numbers are 88 and we have 8 years to do that. And I'm sure we can get that done. I know we can get that done. It's just a matter of where we're going to put them, and infill seems to be a reasonable avenue. I understand that this sphere of influence, was this ever adopted by LAFCO or approved by LAFCO? I know it's in the general plan. Lots of things are in the general plan. Was this sphere approved?
So as we have learned, the sphere of influence that is currently approved by LAFCO is 2 general plans ago. That the former administration did not take the 2016 general plan sphere of influence to LAFCO and get it approved. So the 2016 sphere is not approved. It's the prior general plan sphere that is approved.
And is this the prior year's general plan?
I'm not sure, it might be.
Or was this
It is the prior year? Okay.
or
I'll
was
let
this the
Brian speak.
2016 version of it?
It was the 1993 version.
Yeah, it is the adopted sphere of influence. It's the operative sphere of influence that we have.
Okay,
And throughout the community plan discussion, there's a comparison between what the actual sphere of influence adopted by LAFCO looks like versus the 2016 recommended sphere of influence. Both of them, they're quite different. And what's being evaluated in the community plan is the ability of the city to host the level of development that's contemplated in the 2016 general plan. So nowhere in that conversation has anyone talked about infill or filling up this rectangular box here with development as part of that process. So no one's even contemplating that, but I think the appropriate way to handle this sort of disconnect between what the current sphere is, current conversation, what's in the 2016 plan, is to look at the text and sort of reflect in the text the ongoing conversation that the city has ongoing about what the sphere, appropriate sphere should look like, what the boundary should look like, and what it should hold in terms of capacity. So to the extent that this text maybe doesn't quite get there, I think we can modify it to reflect that ongoing conversation. And by the time this gets back before the city council in 90 days, hopefully we'll have a better sense of how firm the current conversation is with respect to a boundary. So you just, even though it's taken quite a while, I think we're almost there with the Urban Growth Boundary Committee. What we don't want to do is you don't want to have text in here that says that we're limiting growth. I think that's a red flag for HCD in any case. We do want to say that we're accommodating growth and development to the extent that we can based on our capacity for growth. And in answer to the Jackie Morris Lopez, Council Morris Lopez's question, SB 9 will only apply to urban areas that are defined in the law. And those areas are 2,500 population or less. We don't get there with our current growth rate. Yeah. So if we're under 2,500,
We're good.
SB 9 doesn't apply.
We're good.
Yeah.
perfect, thank you. So having that sphere of influence, the potential that the urban growth UGBSOI ad hoc committee is working on. This document also references the South Side development. And is there a South Side if the new SOI is adopted by all?
Well, there are two questions here. One is how far south do we go? There currently is vacant land in south of 156. And then the second question is what the land use designation for those areas? Right. Is it currently going to stay the way it is, industrial, or can it be more residential? And if a modest amount of residential growth south of 156, in addition to what's currently there, looks like it's a good idea, then there are ways to calibrate that so that we end up in the end of the cycle with our RENA number and commensurate with our anticipated growth rate.
And I think that's most important. Absolutely. Just a quick, while you're still standing there, can you please tell us all what happens if we decide not to go with RENA numbers? I mean, there was a whole lot of discussion with the fifth cycle on if we were going to make them, what were they, ADUs, what types of houses? If we choose, and by no means am I suggesting this, if we chose not to adhere to the state's mandate, what happens?
Understanding the consequences.
Well, if you're going to make an overt choice, not to develop the 88 units. I think that HCD would look at the housing element constraints that are, you're gonna build into your housing element that prevents that from occurring. And if you do that, then that's growth limiting, and I think HCD would have a problem with the city's policies in that case. So they would.
Consequence.
Yeah, the consequence would be that they would perhaps not certify the element. And not having a certified housing element has some implications.
Yeah, that's not really my question.
Oh,
Sorry to
okay.
interrupt. My question is at the end of 2031, and we go, oops, we missed it. We didn't do 88, we did 52.
Yeah, well, we don't.
By choice, probably. Not that, again, not saying that we would ever do that, but I just want to hear the consequence of not adhering to a certified document by HCD.
Well, we already know, that these numbers they're not cumulative. They don't hold over from one cycle to the next.
Yep.
So they're brand new each time.
Yep.
Each time you get a new target.
Mhm.
What would probably happen is we would say, well, we didn't meet our RENA number, our performance, quantified objectives, were not achieved. We'd own up to that in the next cycle and then try to do better.
Okay, so they're not going to come and say, okay, now you have to do 1,000.
No,
Okay.
no,
Just
So I'm gonna disagree with
do we
that.
get fined?
it's not how it works.
I'm gonna disagree with that. Yes, you can get fined and you can get sued by the state. So I would suggest that anybody who's interested, Google RENA Huntington Beach and see what occurs.
Madam
They
Mayor,
have been sued into, and they're fighting back. They're more upset than you ever dreamed of being, Scott. And they are fighting back and they are losing.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
yes, thank you, permission to speak. I hear what you're saying, Pro Tem Mayor Freeman. Freeman, yes. Yeah, John. Yeah, but there's other variables, I believe, that come into play, Mayor Jordan, that would not allow us to build the 88. Like we don't have public housing funding, we don't have affordable housing nonprofit groups that maybe help equity sweat. So we can't just pull these out of thin air. And I think the state would recognize that. It's not that we're being willful and not building the 88, but there's a lot of things that come into play that we cannot meet the number. And back to what Mr. Fauch was saying, I just want to, because it sounds to me like the conversation I hear, and also respectfully, I'm going to comment on Councilmember Sabathia's comment. It wasn't for the lack of us wanting to meet. We had a lot of cancellations with meetings because of this, that, or the other, not having a quorum. Believe me, we were ready to get this thing done. It's long overdue. And we waited for like probably the better part of almost 8-9 months to get it regoing. I was one of them that was asking when is this going to reconvene? So out of our control, I don't know why, but we didn't meet as we should have. The other thing is that I'm hearing Mr. Fauch speak to this as if we still haven't decided. We had a consensus vote, 5-0 on our SOI and our urban growth boundary. That was a hard and fast vote. So it's not up for discussion. We're going to go back and reconvene next week, talk about a planning area, an MOU with the county, but we did firmly vote on our boundaries. Am I correct, Councilmember Friels?
Yeah, absolutely. It was 5-0. We did finalize the boundaries for both the sphere of influence and the urban growth. And finally, I've asked our city manager, we need to move this forward now. We have another step that we want to work on, which is a planning area. Planning area is going to take some time, and it doesn't affect what we're talking about right now. So, so that is hard and fast. We did vote 5-0. I'm gonna say it one more time, 5-0, we voted on this. We've got the map. Right here. Okay, and then moving on. Within that box, there are two groups that want to fill in that box. We have a man who keeps showing at all our meetings that wants to annex next to the Rancho Vista property. That's in that box. The Ottoboni family has been talking about it for quite some time now, and it sounds like it's making traction. That's within the box. So there are people within our sphere of influence box that are talking about it. So I just want to make sure that's perfectly clear. This has taken too long to get this done. And I agree with Jackie. It's, you know, and then they threw us a big old curveball called COVID. So we've been working on it. And July, we had like 4 meetings. So we're moving along and I want to move it forward. I'd like to get it before all of us so we can discuss it and vote on it. And then if the council's okay, we continue as our committee and work on this planning area. And the planning area is basically just an agreement, an MOE agreement with the county saying, hey, if you're going to build outside of our area, can you at least let us in? You know, let us at least chime in on it. You know, we may have some concerns. So, and it's been done in, what you said, Moore Park, no, Southern California's done it, Napa. And the Napa one, we read the Napa planning area, and it's like all we have to do is like change the names. It was done so well.
Nice.
So, that's hopefully that's the last time I can say that we have approved a boundary.
Perfect.
Thank
And then after it comes back to the council, it goes to LAFCO after that for final approval. Perfect. Thank you, Councilmember Sabathia.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple things clear. I mean, I was one of the people on the committee waiting, trying to push things forward. I'm not, and I said this when I made the comment originally, not casting dispersions upon anyone in particular, just making a comment, right? Like, it is what it is. The vote was on the ad hoc committee. The council hasn't voted on it. And so we're vulnerable. It's open. And I'm just making that clear. Yep. Yeah. And since I've been involved in the process, all I'm doing is agreeing with you. Like, hey, we let's get some stuff done there so that we can actually stand behind some of the decisions and discussion topics that are being made right now. Because right now we can't.
Yep.
We can't stand behind any of that because it's in ad hoc right now. It's not.
Yeah.
Yep. And then my biggest concern about the maps and the things that are being done right now, I respect the hell out of a lot of the people, almost all the people that are on that council, on that ad hoc. You guys are doing some great work. My only complaint is that it's a group of, there's not a lot of diversity of opinion on that ad hoc committee. As evident by the 5-0 vote, like, you guys all agree on the direction, and I was hoping to get a little bit more diversity of thought of people around town on that subject. But I am excited that we're close to the end.
Actually, since you didn't show up at any of the meetings that we've been having or chimed in, there was diversity. I wanted a little bit bigger area. David Medeiros wanted even a bigger area. But after we all discussed it, talked about our concerns, just like we did when we first started, that's where we ended up. So we did have some conflicting boundaries.
I wasn't in person, but Zoom.
Okay, but we did. I mean, I have the maps. I can show you the old maps. So,
And it was done with in the public.
yes.
One more question, if I may. We, on page 34 of the slide presentation, we're talking about CEQA. And it talks about common sense exemptions, CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3. And not having opened a CEQA guideline book in a long time. We have a very sensitive community, underground. How can we throw common sense exemptions in when we have no idea what's below the surface? Putting a building somewhere, but if you're gonna dig for foundations, does that not fall under sensitivity?
I'm gonna rely on Isaac to help a little bit here.
Yes.
Go ahead, Isaac.
I'll be glad to explain the CEQA portion. CEQA applies when you have a constructive project that would have an immediate impact on its environment or the environment affecting the project itself. The reason behind the common sense exemption that cities give to housing element is that this is a policy document. As you know, the general plan, generally, all general plan, they are policies and they are not ordinances as opposed to the zoning ordinance. So it sets the broad brush policies on what is expected in a city, and the zoning ordinance and other implementing regulations puts in the specific standards on how you will construct it. So the reason staff is recommending that exemption is because many cities who have done the same exercise have adopted that, and staff here personally has also done that in other jurisdictions. And the adoption of the housing element in itself does not affect any one project. If a project comes forward tomorrow, let's say an affordable housing project of 100 units coming up tomorrow, yes, that project stands by itself and it will have to be analyzed under CEQA unless the state has certain exemptions for a certain number of units based on affordability, density bonuses issued, or specific exemptions under the Permit Streamlining Act, or under the SB 35 streamlining and ministerial approval of projects, their CEQA is exempt. So this is a policy document, and that's the only reason we recommended that.
So the document itself is CEQA exempt, the construction might or might not be.
Yeah, exactly. Just because you have a document, a policy document that has been issued, what is called a common sense exemption allowed under the statutes, someone cannot come in and say, oh yeah, that document said everything in there is exempt. No, that is not true. A project will have to be specifically analyzed for CEQA impact or exemptions. When you talk about exemptions, there are ministerial exemptions given by the statutes. There are statutory exemptions given by the statutes, and there's a slew of categorical exemptions. So there's a lot that we as staff determine whether or not a particular project is exempt, and if so, under what criteria. Here we consider the housing element as a policy document. It is basically a research thesis.
So this is CEQA exempt.
Yes.
Understood. Thank you very much for that. I have no further questions. I'd like to now open public comment. If there are any folks on Zoom who would like to speak to this.
Madam Mayor, we have 2 hands raised.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Wong, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. There are a couple of comments I'd like to make. One is on affordable housing. Out of the 88 units that were allocated to us, there's one for extremely low, 7 units, very low, 9 units, and low, 14 units. That equals 30 out of the 88 units. And first of all, I think we allow developers just to pay an in lieu fee instead of actually building units. And that fee is never enough to build affordable units. And then the other comment I'd like to make on that topic, which I've made before, is that we do have city-owned property. The city yard is one. The sewer, where the sewer plant is another one. And I have previously suggested that the city yard be moved And I think that we may even own property on the other side of 156. And that we take that city yard and that we build affordable housing there, and maybe even senior housing. So that is one solution. Also, of the 88 units that were allocated to us, we have to be able to show that we have the zoning and, whatever is available to build those units, but they don't actually have to be built. So I think that's one of the big keys. And the third thing I wanted to say is that I did attend that July 29 meeting. Jackie Morris Lopez was there. Bob, the Rancho Vista developer, was there, and somebody from the county was there. There were very few people. I'm not sure there were actually 10 people at that meeting. In any event, my big thing is that the city should actually go out of its way and develop policies that would allow us to build real, concrete, affordable housing for members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have anybody else?
Ms. Pisano, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to know if the information that was on the presentation is available to the public, because as Ms. Jackie Morris had mentioned, as well as some of you, communication to the public and knowing what's going on and then being able to participate is limited. And this has been mentioned before that you're using social media, but we have a lot of people in San Juan that don't use social media and hardly ever read. And I attended a meeting sometime in the spring where it was mentioned that they were disseminating the information to the public in that manner because it was more costly to do the mail outs. So I think that if you want the public to participate, it is for them to have the information in hand that would interest them to be able to attend these meetings and actually speak out on these matters. Just as a consideration for you, understanding that with the finances that were reported on, the city is solvent, couldn't we set aside some of those funds to be able to provide that information to the community in a much larger manner than the social media, which is limited really to the quote unquote younger people who are using that medium? Just a consideration. And then if you would let us know if this information is going to be made public, whether online or if it can be picked up at the city office.
Thank you for that. And absolutely, all of this information is available to the public. You can come down to, anybody can come down to City Hall and obtain copies of the housing element that's being submitted and the slide presentation that was just given.
So the draft is also available at the library.
Thank you. And at the library. Thank you for that. Do we have any other public comment?
Seeing no hands raised, Mayor, or anybody in chambers.
Thank you very much. I am now closing public comments.
I'd like to bring it back to the council for a few seconds.
I am bringing it back to the council. Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels. Had enough. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't mean to interrupt. I didn't know. I would like to agree with Carl. We don't really have a very good inclusive housing program. But I am going to disagree with some people. We have people in this community. Sonny Flores, who's on the water board, is a low-income housing developer. He does a wonderful job. He's got several projects that he has built in both the county and the city of Hollister, very close, within 7 or 8 miles of here. There's Midpen, there's CRISPA, I could go on. There's several organizations that are willing to do that. And they can find their own funding if we provide some incentives. And if we get rid of the in lieu fees, which I think, and this is where I'm agreeing with Cara here completely, they're a bad joke. They don't really pay for anything. They just kind of go in the general fund. I was talking to the city manager several weeks ago. I think they paid for part of our housing, not this housing element, but another housing study or whatever. But we need to get away from in lieu fees, and if we have a developer who's going to build some housing, a percentage needs to be low income or very low income. And we can also get, they're called nonprofit developers, and I've named several right now, and they are willing to come in and they will build at a much cheaper rate than your traditional housing for-profit developers such as Barrett H Homes or Copperleaf or whatever. And Sonny Flores has done sweat equity out in the county of San Benito, where the people actually build their own houses, and that gets you attached to your home. You take care of it, becomes your dream, and it works great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the discussion. I think that we do need to allow for more of truly affordable homes. I heard what Councilmember Sabathia said, and I'm sure each of us sitting up here at the dais and in the room probably know of some folks that are leaving or considering leaving because they just can't find either stock to buy a home that's affordable or rent a home that's affordable in our community, much less the entire area, but we're focusing on San Juan. One of the things I think I missed the boat, and I really feel kind of bad about this, is that when the RENA numbers got allocated, I guess it was COG, and was it COG?
It comes from AMBAG to COG, but
Okay.
It was Veronica who gave us the 88. We
Okay.
need to thank her for that.
Yeah, the number is fine, but what I didn't like about it, and I didn't bring it up because I just kind of was talking about other things, was that that's part of the dilemma. I mean, I looked at the percentages that we're allocating for very, very low income and whatnot, and the bulk of the housing is still going to go to moderately high income earners. And we have 2 new brand housing developments that are here in town. And I can tell you that they are high, moderate to high income earners. So for me to look at those RENA allocations, they didn't do us any favors to get affordable housing. And I'm talking about, people getting minimum wage, which is $15 if they work at Hardinas or if they work somewhere in town. Seniors that are on fixed incomes having to deal with our high water rates now, all of that, yada, yada, yada. It's a big disservice when I look at that RENA number. And it's already out there. Thank you.
Actually, one quick.
Thank you.
shot on the COG issue. Mary Edge fought really hard also to get those numbers down last year. She was one of the driving forces. So just wanted to give her the credit for that.
Thank you very much for that. Councilmember Sabathia.
I owe her a call. Probably hunting for me right now. Well, I'll do that. I was sorry to be so unprofessional, but damn near jumping out of my seat while Kara was speaking. I couldn't agree more with almost everything she was saying. It was like fees to avoid. Like somebody said, that's kind of a joke. How do we get rid of that? And make people actually build? I would love for that allocation. Man, if it was 100% allocated to medium to high density for truly low income and truly affordable, I feel like we would all be
Absolutely.
a little bit more Yeah, it just,
Right.
to me, that's what we're missing. And when I'm talking to the community, like I mentioned, when I'm seeing these things happen to people, that's where we're hurting. That's where the pain points are. That's where I feel like we could do more. So yeah, I'm interested, willing to help, willing to move forward with anything that involves us making accommodations for truly low income housing at a high percentage.
I think you have agreement with the whole entire council on that. This is a community, a generational community. But we were built at the beginning of time and we have generation after generation after generation living here. And that's a big theme in this city that everybody talks about. I was born here. My parents were born here. My grandparents were born here, and our children can't afford to live here. Our under 40 or 30 are moving because they can't afford to live here, and that's where we have a big disservice and a big disconnect within our community. So concurrence from the whole council on continuing that generational aspect of our city, our community is huge.
If I may add one quick more comment.
Thank you.
While the goal for 100% low income housing on RENA numbers is admirable, in reality, it will not work. I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer here or anything like that. I'm fully for it personally. But if you want to develop low income housing, one of the ways to do it is to have the developer set aside. And we need to lay the predicate by doing some legal work and some code work for deed restrictions and things like that. But what it eventually works out to is somewhere between 20 and 25, maybe 30%. After that, the developer will not, he's subsidizing the low income housing. You have to look at that up front, and that they just won't do it, and you'll have to go completely to the Christmas mid-pens of the world, the nonprofit housing developers, and then we have to add in some subsidies, or they have to get grants from the state, and those are not sure things. So I'm just saying, pie in the sky is great, but we have to deal with reality also. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So on Willow Road in Menlo Park, California. So super expensive, right next to Facebook. Mid-Peninsula Housing just built 147 unit, brand new, truly low income. Like, you're not getting in there if you're not on government housing building. And to me, just like with schools, people want to have pride where they live. And if we could get in business with somebody like that and bring something nice, beautiful here for those people, that would be great.
And that goes to our planning commission. It goes to us. It goes to our city manager and assistant city manager. That we have to ensure that we're doing everything right to maintain the look and feel of this city, and not let that get away from us as we have in the past. Any further comments? Thank you all very much. Great dialogue. Please, everybody on the council sitting here today, if you all talk it up, if we can all talk it up and get put on this, that would be awesome. Assistant city manager, you have stated that we have time to make changes up until almost the very end, as long as they're not radical changes, and HCD doesn't have to throw the whole book up and go, what are you doing? Why wasn't this done a long time ago? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. City attorney, did you have a comment?
Just that we need to take a vote.
Thank you for that. Okay, closing public comment, no more council comments. May I please have a motion to accept the draft 2023-2031 housing element of the general plan and move it forward to HCD?
So moved.
Oh, one more time, gentlemen.
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Sure, I'll do the second.
Thank you very much. A motion made by Councilmember Sabathia, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I please have a roll call?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much, council members. It was a pleasure to be with you. See you later.
Thank you very much, Mr. George. Have a great night.
Good night.
Can we take 5?
Sure.
Thank you all.
Good idea.
Thank you for that. Speed round, okay. Informational items and reports. Reports of the city council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Councilmember Friels.
Hey, bear with me, I scribbled some notes. I had 2 COG meetings. The first one, last month's COG meeting, I did not attend because we didn't have an executive director. She was on administrative leave and I wasn't going to go without a director. The second one we had was a special meeting closed session. And we have our director back. So Binu is back and she's 100 miles an hour. So got that. And then just on the COG front where we're at it, we have the I almost said dog and pony show. We have the town hall meeting, the town hall with the CTC. I know now I'm getting stuck in these acronyms. I can't remember what they, California Transportation Commission. Yes. Okay. The first half will be at Payne's Restaurant, from 1 to 4:30. And then at 5, there will be a reception at Hardeen's.
Yes.
So
Wednesday,
tomorrow. Yep. John, you're going, you and I are going.
Yes.
Okay.
I will be there.
Oh, you're going. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, then I'm not speaking.
Yes, thank you. You are, but keep going.
No, I'm not. You're going to be there. It's awesome. I thought John and I were going to tag team it, but if John, I mean, you got a great idea with the handbag. And that's all I have for that for now. And I have a couple things about on the council comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. Unfortunately, this might be a little long. I hope not. I didn't attend the AMBAG meeting last week for the first time in 3 years because I was at the 3CE meeting in Paso Robles, which was a 2-day affair. But the AMBAG did pass the methodology for doing the demographics that we just finished our discussion on. And it's going to be what's called a cohort where they take all kinds of inputs and come out with the statistics that we will be dealing with in the future. So that's what happened at AMBAG last Wednesday. Also last Wednesday, I attended the 3CE meeting at in Paso Robles. The main item was the budget. And I need to explain because it's a kind of an important thing. So 3CE is what's called a community choice aggregator. It's community choice because people do not want PG&E choosing their power for them. They want to have local control over the power. The same argument we have in housing. They want local control. And so 3CE, through elected officials, gives us local control over the type of power we buy. And so I don't want to go into it too much, but it's complicated. Anyway, the budget for 3CE is on the screen, as you see. 92.4% of our budget is the cost of energy. 1.7% is salaries and benefits and rent on the building and things like that. Approximately 6% is for services and supplies and programs. That should say programs anyway. I screwed up the slide maybe. Anyway, and so those programs are, let me read my speech, it'll be better. Okay, so I attended the annual 3CE meeting, Paso Robles last week. The main item was the budget, which and the programs are 5.9%, which includes Electrify My Ride, and many other customer-oriented incentives to help our state fight climate change. 1.7% goes to administrative expenses such as salaries and rent for offices. Next slide, please. In our service area, 3CE has funded a reduction of 323,000 million tons, that's another million after that, tons of CO2 reduction through power purchase agreements from companies that produce power without fossil fuels. We've also done a 3,500 million tons of reduction from customer programs such as Electrify My Ride. In other words, people who buy an EV, they get a federal tax rebate, and it depends on the car. It's very complicated, but if it's a Tesla Model 3, it's $7,500. Then you can get another 2,000 from 3CE. You can get another 2,000 from the state, and you can end up with a really nice Tesla Model 3 for less than the price of a crappy low-end Toyota Corolla, literally, if you work it all out correctly. Yes, really, that's the truth. Yeah. So, what I want to go into is our power rate schedule, and at the present time, we recently switched as of January 1 of this year, 2023. We switched from a way of budgeting where we took the cost of what PG&E charges you, and we just deducted 5%, and then we budgeted everything. We tried to fit everything into that budget. And that's not a real good way of budgeting things. We went to a cost of service, and we were able to do that because after 5 years, we've been in business for 5 years now. After 5 years, we have our own contracts where we buy our own electricity from independent power producers at 3 cents, 5 cents, 7 cents a kilowatt hour, and then we resell it at a certain price. So our residential rates at the present time for, and I have to hedge this a little bit because there's a million different rates, and anyone who's studied power will know this. You have a different rate if you have an EV. You have a different rate if you have solar panels. You have a different rate if you have solar panels and an EV. It gets very complicated. And so, but we'll just take the straight rates for a person without EVs and without solar panels. Residential rate 16% cheaper than PG&E. Small commercial 17% lower. Medium commercial 22% lower. Large commercial like Earthbound Farms or excuse me, Bruce Taylor Farms, 21% lower than PG&E. Agricultural for your farmers 18%. Streetlights, we're only 3% cheaper. Anyway. So the present residential rate for the base rate for 3CE is 0.116 per kilowatt hour. It's almost 12 cents a kilowatt hour. PG&E is almost 14% or 14 cents per kilowatt hour, excuse me, and that's where you get the 16% differential. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. And this is the real complicated slide. No, go back one, please, or that one. No, thank you. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, okay, my slides are out of order. This slide here is one of the reasons the cost of power has gone up so much, whether you're a 3CE customer or a PG&E. This is 1 day's power supply graph for September 6, 2022. And that day is a day in infamy for the ISO, which stands for Independent System Operator, who has to put all this stuff together. That's when we, as in the state of California, used the most power ever. Okay. And all these squiggly lines, and there's a red box, and the bottom axis is time. And 1600 is 4 p.m., 1700, 5 p.m., et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's when we had to use the most natural gas, that's the green line, okay, to make up for the solar, which, as you can tell, was literally falling off a cliff if you follow the line. And that's because the sun was going down, and as they say, when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine, and those renewables kind of poop out. Excuse my French there. There's an issue. And so the ISO demanded through the PUC that we do something called resource adequacy, which is double purchase power. Literally, it's almost like an insurance policy that we will have the power available for the grid. The grid has issues, but that's a different story. We won't even go there. So we're in a transition from fossil fuels to renewable, solar, wind, and geothermal, along with hydroelectric will be the new power sources of the future. Natural gas and other combustion-oriented plants will be phased out. The benefits of fighting climate change will be enormous. 3CE is now investing personally in fossil-free energy plants. If we can go to the slide with the pictures, please. Okay, so the picture, this is a picture of a geothermal plant which runs 24/7, Scott. It never gives up. The heat of the internal heat of the earth heats water, comes up, generates steam in a boiler, blows the steam against the steam turbine, generates electricity, which goes out the grid. This is called the Casa Diablo geothermal plant. It's located in Mammoth Lakes, California. The grand opening was June of this year, 3 months ago. It's now online and producing power 24/7 without burning natural gas. As a former industrial water treater, those long lines of fans you see on the picture are cooling towers. And that's how I made my living for 20 years. So I was really proud to see. Nice to see that, because I got out of the business because cooling towers were going away. Anyway, so that's kind of the story on 3CE. We have a great story to tell. We're investing in more projects like this. We are also heavily invested in the plant at Moss Landing. We along with PG&E, we are working together as partners, have invested in the battery farm that's out there next to the old the generation plant at Moss Landing that you all know and love. We've also just invested in something called a Rabbit Ridge Solar. This is in Kings County. I didn't make a slide of this, but I couldn't figure out how to do that. I'm not that good with whatever PowerPoint or whatever it is. But you can see this is huge acres of panels. And these are your batteries. And so that's how we're going to correct that one slide that I showed you where things went downhill. And so the batteries are going to make that line straighten out. And that's the theory. And if it doesn't work, we're all screwed. Okay, that is fantastic. And with that, I would, one of the things we are concerned about at 3CE is we have a great story to tell and no one knows about it. So I'd like to take public comment. Please, Carl, please ask a question. Anyway, and anybody else up here, I'd like to take public comment and answer any questions. We have a great story to tell.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No questions.
Oh, I have to follow you. Okay. Okay, what about wind turbines? We are still windy here.
The wind turbine project is one of the reasons why they're keeping a Diablo Canyon open for another 5 years, is because that was delayed by FERC, which is a Federal Energy Commission. They have control of the ocean past 2 miles or 3 miles, and the wind farm is going to be off of Morro Bay, but it's going to be 26 miles across the sea so that you can't see it. Okay, so people think they don't look very nice, but they put it far enough out that you won't see it. So
I'm talking about our own little wind turbine here in San Juan, we got wind here. Major wind.
I don't think we're going to invest. 3CE is not going to invest in turbines in San Juan because it's too intermittent. Okay, in the morning there's no wind.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. So my report was, I actually went to my very first committee earlier this month. It was called the intergovernmental meeting. I believe that is representation from both cities in the county, Hollister, San Juan Bautista, supervisors, county supervisors, some city managers and staff. And there were 2 things. The chair is our supervisor, Colin Kosmicki. And the 2 items on the agenda for that meeting were talking about traffic calming on in the roads, the infrastructure, and basically traffic calming on all the city streets. We talked a little bit about San Juan. I put in a plug for our city being the raceway when commuters want to jump off of 156 and go barreling down 4th Street over our nice speed plateaus, cutting across our valley. City Manager Don Reynolds was also there. We also talked about no left-hand turns from the valley onto 156, as that poses a very much traffic hazard during high commute times. As we already know, we've had several accidents in the last couple weeks. A couple weeks ago, we had, I believe in one evening, we had 2 or 3, and down the street from me, we had the medical helicopters come, 2 different ones come and pick people up. So that was the topic of that meeting, and I think we agreed to come back with some ideas, nothing really affirmative how to move forward. And then I did sit in the waited there because the COG meeting was taking place, and I'm an alternative with Councilmember Friels. He's the primary and I'm the alternative. And the meeting I chose was not a very good one because they went into closed session for like 2.5 hours. So I left and came back, and then they came back, and I guess an individual was reinstated in their position. So that was my experience with my first 2 meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia?
I missed the last LAFCO meeting, but it was closed session, I believe. The 14th.
Part 4.
Yep. So I don't have anything to report from there.
Thank you. I have been to several meetings. One is a community vision of San Benito County put on by Benito Link, and there are still several sessions open on the I actually participated in 2. One was for seniors and one was civic and community leaders. So we have healthcare workers tomorrow, Hispano Hablantes on the 21st, tourism and indigenous community on the 26th, and housing and workers on the 28th. So if anybody has missed those and has an opportunity to attend, they're really good sessions. LAFCO, we accomplished a couple of things there. One was we finally hired a executive director. And it is the same firm that is our MSR reviewer. And that was huge. This is the first time that LAFCO has been full in 8-9 months at least. So we can start working on work. MSRs to be reviewed right now. The very first one will be the wastewater plant in Hollister, as it affects a very large community. And there are several agencies that are involved in that. I have been in several seniors committee listening sessions where we're working on not only our own seniors, excuse me, but the seniors on a county level programs. And can't remember what the other meeting was. I have been involved in the Mission San Juan Bautista sessions on grants, and happy to announce that Mission San Juan Bautista and the state park both received $3 million in America's Treasures Grant. Both are $1.5 million each with a match to it. So they're both agencies are receiving $750,000 and need another 750 in community matching funds. So more to come on that, but yay. Okay. City council announcements, an opportunity for the council and staff to share community calendar. Councilmember Fields.
Let's see, community calendar. Oh, I didn't really have a community calendar. I just had a couple questions. Our council comments are like slowly creeping back down to the bottom of the agenda. You know, I asked about a year and a half ago if we could be a little closer, so we have a whole lot of people in the crowd, we can talk. And then, can I get my, since everybody's all worked up about electricity right now, like a bunch of Edisons in the room. But I'm a Nikola Tesla fan, not an Edison. Can we get my low speed vehicle presentation / discussion back on? I mean, it was like 2 years ago and disappeared, and I mean, John got to talk about turning San Juan into Las Vegas. So can I talk about that now?
Absolutely.
Back on there.
Absolutely.
And it's mostly a format. Dawn and I talk about mostly a formality, but if we did some type of, you know, proclamation that we're a low speed vehicle friendly city, and I don't know, there may be grant stuff out there for charging,
very nice.
or, you know, for real golf cart. So if we can, I would love to see that back on there. And I'm hearing about, I'm trying to get the scoop, but I'm not going to announce it, but a local passed away today, and I want to make sure I confirm it. So person that Jackie and I both know, and I'll talk to you about it. Is it okay? So I'll get Ken Vaccarazzi, longtime San Juan Bautista resident. He was 99. He passed away today, and I was just talking to his son on Saturday, and he said he was still kicking. So unfortunate. That's a big hit to the Vaccarazzi family. So my condolences.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. They've pretty much all been mentioned. So I would like to mention, I saw today the Public Works guys are doing a great job on the north side of the city, where on North Street and 3rd Street and Donner Street and streets on your area, of repainting the stop lines and stop lines and other crosswalk lines on the street, and it looks really good. Of course, it's just brand new, so it better look really good, but I really appreciate it. It's making the new streets look really good. And so thank you to the Public Works Department for doing that. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Okay, this is not a local calendar thing, but I just think I'd like the public to know, and the fellow council members, I'm going to be attending the California Cal Cities annual conference tomorrow. It's tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and half day Friday. So I'll be prepared and bring a report to next meeting. And hopefully I will be a voting member to represent our city. As Councilmember Friel said, you know, we need to bring back some control to our local governments and have a voice out there. So I'm looking forward to that. And then secondly, I just wanted to, it's too late to do a proclamation, but this is something that's near and dear to my heart because I belong to this group. In October, the week of October 6th through the 12th, it's National Physician Assistant Week. We are an important group of medical providers in the community. If you've ever gone to Kaiser or a large medical group, you're bound to see one of us, a physician assistant. We were born out of a necessity of what to do with these surviving medics that came back from Vietnam in 1967. And they were highly skilled medics. There was like nowhere to put these people. What do we do with them? So a physician by the name of Eugene Steed from Duke University in 1967 decided to devise a special program to award these people their just due, and they're in between. We're not doctor assistants. We actually go to school and train like first and second year residents And so Dr. Steve developed this program. And so every year on his birthday, which is October 6th, for a whole week, we commemorate and give honor to these people out there that are providing access to much needed healthcare. And I'm happy to be a part of this group. And hopefully if you meet one, you can shake their hand and say hello. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia.
I don't have any announcements.
Thank you. Just another quick shout out to the mission, San Juan Bautista, Jewel Gentry, Tammy Adams, and Mike Romo, who have been working so very hard at keeping our mission standing and obtaining a grant from Save America's Treasures. Huge for this community. Well done, and thanks to everybody who participated in that. City Manager, you will also be attending League of Cities, correct?
Yes, I will be.
Awesome, thank you very much. Okay. City Manager's report. Skipped over you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I wanted to go ahead and allow Lieutenant Urena to give us an update from the county sheriff. I don't see anyone present from fire department today, but thank you, Lieutenant Urena, for waiting, and we look forward to a brief report.
Commander, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Jordan and council members. So I'll give you guys an update of the month of August. During the month of August, we had several reports and calls and arrests made in San Juan Bautista. August 2nd, we had a theft at the post office. A purse was stolen. We don't have a suspect information or no video surveillance. August 4th, we had a vandalism, 800 block of 2nd Street. A fence was damaged. Same with that. We don't have no camera footage or suspects. August 10th, we had a fraud at 1000 block of 3rd Street. August 12th, we had a driving under the influence, which the occupant of the vehicle collided with the utility pole at the 500 block of Lawson Drive. Nobody was injured. The subject was arrested and taken to the county jail. August 20th, we had another driving under the influence with the traffic collision at the 400 block of the Alameda. Single occupant of the vehicle. Nobody was hurt. Was taken to jail. August 23rd, we towed a vehicle from Church Street and 3rd Street. It was parked in the red zone, and registration was expired over 2 years. August 30th, we had a warrant arrest, 301 the Alameda. The subject had some warrants, and he was loitering in front of the businesses. And then yesterday, even though it was in San Juan Bautista, it was in the neighboring city of Aromas, we had a kind of a critical incident. A subject, we got a call of a subject trespassing on Sealy Avenue and Carpinteria. One of our deputies got there first. He contacted the subject. During the contact, the subject brandished a firearm at the deputy. Luckily, nobody was hurt. Eventually, Monterey County and CHP showed up, and they apprehended the subject, who was the same suspect from earlier carjackings in Monterey County. So he was arrested, taken by Monterey County and booked into the Monterey County jail because their charges were more serious. He was, I think, charged with attempted murder and 3 different carjackings and a stolen vehicle. So, like I said, nobody was hurt, luckily. And then we've been having an uptake, obviously, in DUIs and traffic collisions. So I urge the people that are going to go out and drink, please don't drive. Luckily, nobody's been hurt, but it's only a matter of time. And our deputies are being trained on using the machine for the DUIs. And Deputy Villanueva is going to be sent to a report writing class for traffic collisions and for DUIs. But most of our deputies now are trained in DUIs and traffic collisions. But the uptake of DUIs has been going up in San Juan Bautista lately. Other than that, we're still short-staffed. Hopefully, we have 2 in backgrounds and then 3 going to the academy hopefully next year, and then hopefully we can be up to staffing, and then we can put another deputy in San Juan Bautista. That's it. I'll be here if you guys have any questions. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Friels.
No questions. Thank you for the report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. It's great to hear that we hopefully have some more people entering this force.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sabathia.
Thank you. And I wanted to give a shout out about that last arrest that you reported on that was involved in Aromas. It's not often nowadays that you hear about, a peaceful and amicable resolution, especially when the subject has a weapon. But it seems like, all the training and de-escalation and probably some, level-headed officers were able to actually get that person apprehended, arrested, and nobody was hurt. That's great to hear.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all of you do, especially a big shout out to Deputy Villanueva. Be safe out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a few slides for tonight. Some of them we've already heard about, so I can move through them quickly for you. In the city manager's report, it was noted in my evaluation that I was slow on doing HR evaluation. So I've been getting caught up on a lot of HR responsibilities lately, and we got 2 out of 4 done with 1 drafted now. So we're almost caught up in that regard, and that helps morale and it helps everybody on the staff. So that's been a real positive thing. We initiated the review of the library operations that came up during budget hearings, and the CAO. The CEO of a Pacific Library Partnership will help. Rochelle and Carol and I met on Friday, and I drafted a scope of work on Monday for them to consider a review of our library services. We completed interviews for recreation assistant is the title of the position. That was my fault. I thought the community had changed that to technician, but we got really great candidates. Liz helps recruit. We had 41 to choose from. We asked 10 to come to interview, and we made an offer on Friday that was accepted. So pending a background check, we should be able to fill that position within the next week. And we've requested a proposal for interior design at City Hall to see how many more desks we can fit. But the comment was we need to be more professional, and I think if we had a more professional office, that would go a long way. So we'll see what comes from that. We're looking into the use of artificial intelligence at City Hall, and it's been the hot topic with the International City Managers Association, and I believe there are a session or 2 on it at the California League of Cities. So we'll see what we can do with that. I continue to attend the Monterey Bay's area managers group. They had lunch in the Marina Airport last Friday, which was really informative and helpful for me. I was appointed to the advisory board of the CSUN MPA program. That's my alma mater. And so I'm really proud of that. We attended, as reported, 2 MBET meetings this past month and 2 3CE meetings. The local operations board had a special closed session and did not attend the annual meeting in Paso Robles. So thank you, Councilmember Freeman, for being there. I attended the August Spirit of San Juan meeting reception on the 14th. I thought that was excellent and really well attended. It was a very fun event. So congratulations to the Spirit of San Juan, and distributed requests for funding from the SJV Business Association Harvest Festival, as was mentioned tonight in public comment. Okay. Sanitary sewer force main status. We issued the notice of award and the notice to proceed to Specialty Construction. They are working behind the scenes right now. They're ordering the pipe and getting other supplies. They're negotiating a staging area here in town for all of their equipment. And And we completed the USDA's kickoff meeting. You know, they contributed 16 of our $18 million project. We began weekly construction meetings to get the status between city staff, city engineer, and especially construction. And we reached out to the industrial users. From that outreach, we met with Coke Farms regarding the traffic and traffic control and new services agreement. We don't have a reply from Truly for Taylor, so I need to follow up with those two. We organized our groundbreaking, so that's one of my announcements on the 29th at 11 o'clock. We have the dignitaries, as many as we could find. We've been out looking all over for dignitaries, so if I see any in Sacramento, I'll give them invites. And the invites went out last week. We're coordinating schedule changes with the EPA and the Regional Water Quality Control District settlement agreement, and we're awaiting a schedule from Specialty Construction, and I'll share that with the council as well, so they know that when the ground will be breaking. There will be, you know, a couple weeks in Rancho Vista, for example, and so I'll make sure that the council is informed. And to that end, it just occurred to me, I got to see the new website that Veronica Munoz Noriega is working on for us. And that's also behind the scenes right now, but it's awesome. And we'll have a special website for this project so people can check in photos and that kind of thing. So I can't wait to share that Veronica's work with you. On the waterfront, I had the monthly meeting with the district manager this past month, and he's working with HDR. He's extended the deadline. They were supposed to be done with a 30% plan on a new route, but he's still resolving some issues with it. So HDR hopes to be done now in mid-October rather than the end of September. And these new deadlines, the deal we have with Hollister is that we will connect to the fresh water system within 1 year of completing our sewer project. So I gave him an update on the schedule and we reviewed that. We were successful selling the pellet plant and it's been removed. And we had a breakdown with a well 5 pump that ran us $32,000. So that was, but it was back online today. So that's good to know. So now our system is back to relying on well 1 and well 5. And we also got a schedule to install the microbial system. You know, it's been all licensed by the water board, and it removes nitrates at about 100 gallons a minute from well 6. And we're now ready to look for building permit for that to get that started. So that's finally coming together. In community development, we got the housing element, of course, we know about that. We met with Elite Development. That is the name of the firm that's going to develop the hillside development project on 3rd Street behind the cemetery next to the water treatment plant. There's 2 phases, just for an update for some of us. The first phase is approved 8 single-family homes along 3rd Street, and then behind that, they are now presenting a proposal for 13 duplex units. So there'll be a total of 26 units. And that's an exciting project, and it sounded like they were ready to move forward with that finally. It's been idle for almost 4 years. The new project for the Alameda and the gas station is going to be before the Planning Commission on the 3rd of October. They have a whole new elevation, a whole new look to it. So yeah, they're kind of starting over. On that end, I got the okay to move forward with the right-of-way acquisition related to the right-hand turn lane on 156 today. So that's status of the gas station. A lot of people are curious about that. Remember that property was sold from uncle to nephew, and now nephew's trying to put it back together and make it work. 45 Washington, that's also scheduled for a planning commission hearing to demo the existing building there at 45 Washington and build a new duplex. We have established our ad hoc committee concerning the zone changes for code 11-04-030, and that's concerning pop-ups and having, for example, a food vendor at a coffee shop or a retail vendor at a restaurant. So we're coming forward with new ideas on that. We haven't heard from the committee, but we understand that they're going to be drafting a few edits to the draft ordinance amendments that the planning director provided. The UGB SOI did not meet. I sense the frustration from the council, that project not moving fast enough, and I agree and kind Councilmember Fields and I did have a good conversation yesterday, and Councilmember Fields, I was talking with Brian Fouch about how to move that forward, and he agrees that we can move it forward without the planning area. So I think we'll be ready to move that forward, I hope, in the next couple months.
Thank you.
And because obviously drafting an MOU and negotiating that with the county will take too long, so I did follow up on that for you. In regards to facilities, the state park representative came down from Sacramento to see how we spent their Prop 68 funds, and they were very pleased with Franklin Park and Rudy Park. We will be issuing the building permit for the community hall this week. I verified that with the permit technician Monday. That will require Jóvenes de Antonio to move the senior lunches to Friday. They're only going to be allowed to work there Monday through Thursday. That way the weekend use can continue as well. We met with a historic society and toured the Luck Park and the Luck Park Garage. They are very interested in handicap accessibility, but also in the structure of the building. So we have about $98,000 budgeted for Luck Park this year, and we'll start with the gas station and the ADA accessibility aspects of it. Landscape RFP for special districts will be published this week. I've seen it 3 times now, and it's got to get out, and that's for Rancho Vista and Copperleaf and Creek Bridge. We had a retreat with MNS Friday the 8th. We spent about 3 hours here talking about different projects that we're working on and getting organized. I think that's really important to do. It was really good for us to connect. We had a chance for the deputy city clerk and planning director to meet with them. And I think we really helped get aligned with them, and especially with these new projects coming online. Paul Greenway was our original city engineer, and he fell ill, and then Doug Pike came to replace him, and all of a sudden we had 3 engineering staff and we only paid for 1. So what's going on, guys? And so we figured it out. We have a plan now moving forward. Paul's going to be focused on the force main. That's going to be solely his project, and then Doug and Jerry and I are going to work with the day-to-day city engineering stuff. We are continuing to work with FEMA. I was working with that on Monday, going into the web portal and straightening things out for them. We have a $300,000 quote to remove silt from the storm drains, especially those in the Rancho Vista area. And FEMA allocated $17,000 for our $300,000 project. So there's some work to do there. We got a good quote from Granite Rock, so I don't know exactly. Anyway, we've got help with the state OES is standing up for us and sticking up for us. And we got a small grant award from CIRA, our risk management folks, about $14,000. We're applying that to an ADA assessment in the city, hiring a consultant to identify where our highest needs are to accommodate accessibility. And met twice with the city attorney. They're really harsh negotiators, but they have nice offices. and the council approved that agreement tonight. The intergovernmental meeting, thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez, for updating the council on that. And I distributed something called an Odd Pod about 2 weeks ago, and it's a 20-minute narrative of our organizational study. And I asked that be loaded onto our website, and it's a pretty cool narrative of all the stuff we discussed during the spring. And is now in a document. But I just think the Odd Pod is a much cooler tool than to listen to than to go through all those pages. So I'm glad to share that with you, and glad to be launching our public safety reorganization. Okay, and that's all I have. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Friels.
Yeah, thank you, Don. And good timing on the state showing up to look at our parks. I walked through the park this morning. I was sick at Rudy Park, and I was like, man, it's never looked better. I got a little choked up because I was one of the people who did a lot of work on that park when we remodeled it, and it just looks beautiful. And Benno's the park guy.
Benno's the guy.
He's doing a great job. Ballpark. We don't hear anything about lighting.
I have a quote on lighting. And I just need, I'm missing Carl Bajarki, honestly. I need my project manager back so he can take on little projects like that.
Did it go up to bid to?
I have 3 quotes, and they're less than 100,000. So, yeah.
Glorious. Okay. Thank you.
One electric and a Salinas electric firm, and I'm waiting for one more.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. I'd like to agree with Scott completely. Veruti Park looks great, works great. I too participated in the rebuilding of it. I think it was 2016. Or was it 15? I can't remember which.
The original was back in the 90s.
Oh, I wasn't hitting with you then.
So there used to be a tennis courts there. Jackie can confirm this. Used to be tennis courts there, and then an old school sandbox jungle gym, all
Right.
metal. You know, break your knee when you fall on it, stuff, and that was the. And then after Lauren Veruti passed, that's when Granite kicked in a bunch of money and gave us a hand. And the fire department put the sod down, and then various groups jumped in there. It was
Right, we were part of the group that took out the sand because it was nothing but a litter box for feral cats. You know, and all the feral cats lived down at the Harvey's lockup or whatever you want to call it, and come over there and so little kids didn't want to use it, and so it's now got the rubberized asphalt where the little
almond roca.
where the little kids can bounce when they fall off the jungle gym. Yeah, I love it.
No, and the lighting is so cool. You walk through there at night, how it gets brighter as you walk by it. It's just, I don't know if it's an optical illusion or if that's really what it does. But
No, that's what it does. Those are new lights.
Yeah, they're new, yeah.
It's a nice, safe, because it used to be dark there, and there was some nefarious activities going on in that park at many times. So it's nice that it's lit up and the lights. And I'm glad the neighbors didn't, you know, squawk too much about the lighting. But it looks great. What a good project.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Really? Okay. I like that, Candy. Now I don't know. Okay, anyway, thank you for the report. And I guess I just had a couple of questions on the community development, but first of all, comment on AI. Do we really need AI? We are a small community. I know maybe Councilman Sabathia would disagree with me. But anyway, he's not paying attention.
I'm so illiterate when it comes to.
AI is artificial intelligence.
Yeah, so would that be like my
Easy.
Alexa? Okay, yeah.
It might be someone talking to you at the front desk that's not really flesh and blood. Yeah, no, so anyway, interesting, but for me right now, no. I like people. Anyway, for the community development, so it looks like the 3rd Street Hillside development, I know that area well. It seems like this might be a good time to really talk to them about affordable housing and no in lieu of development. I don't know. That might be a good thing. Duplexes are good. Those are more affordable. I like that. The thing though, I want to point out is I was on that street a couple weeks ago. I have a relative that has her home there, and I kid you not, it's like a speedway. We got to do something about that street. People run the stop sign. They speed. John probably knows because Pro Tem Mayor Freeman, because he walks his dog on that street, and it's dangerous. I counted probably every second car was speeding and running the stop sign. But I think with that being said, hopefully there'll be something considered for that, so it doesn't add to the problem. Let's see, and then 45 Washington Street, City Manager Reynolds, is that where the old Japanese school was? Is that where we're talking about? That property?
Brian can help me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
It's right across from.
Yeah, that's the site.
Okay, yeah, that's the site. So
Yeah.
they're gonna put a duplex in there.
There is an existing duplex. They're gonna tear that down and they're
Okay.
gonna build a new duplex and 2 accessory dwelling units.
Oh, good. So
And
then,
those are 4-bedroom, 2 4-bedroom duplexes, 2 duplexes, 2 4 units in a duplex, and then 2 3-bedroom accessory dwelling units.
will those be?
So they're family size units.
Right, will they be counted into our arena numbers that we were talking about tonight then?
If they complete them after the first of the year, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Mhm.
Those are all my questions.
Will we make sure that they complete them after? Sorry.
Yeah, at this rate. Guaranteed at this rate.
Thank you for that. Yay, thank goodness, the pellet plant is on. Sorry, Councilmember Sabathia, how you doing?
You had nothing to say.
Thank you. Absolutely, I apologize. Councilmember Sabathia. You sure?
I'm gonna say it. America's team is 2-0. Thanks for the report, Don. There's a lot of, the only comment that I had is we got a lot of projects in the air, and I appreciate you being able to push them all forward at appropriate pace and being able to split your brain that way so that we're getting a lot of stuff done. That work is definitely appreciated.
Thank you, council member. It's attention deficit disorder.
Okay, we good? Thank you. My apologies. Yay, thanks for the pellet plant being gone and the final check going to Coke. That's been an issue for, I don't know, ever, as long as it's been there collecting dust. The Alameda gas station, we're starting all over from scratch. They're bringing forward new plans. The old plans don't exist any longer.
It's not exactly from scratch. They have an existing site and design review permit, an existing use permit. The use permit is alive, but because they redesigned the building, it needs a new site design review permit. So they've added a car wash, and they've taken off one of the was speculative fast food buildings or modules that was approved before is no longer going to be a part of the project. So they've added the car wash, and they're going to have a inside, they're going to have a formula retail that will require planning commission approval for a use permit pursuant to that ordinance, which is a straw hat pizza, ready-made straw hat pizza dispenser sort of thing. So it's not like a restaurant, but it's actually it is formula retail. So it'll have the straw hat pizza sign on it, but that'll have to be evaluated by the planning commission as to its acceptability pursuant to that ordinance. And then they have renovated at the insistence of and encouragement of us staff. They have revised the exterior of the building to be more responsive to our design guidelines with respect to the particular style of development. So it's going to be Mediterranean revival in the exterior as opposed to suburban Modesto exterior.
And there were EV chargers.
Everybody put their lights on. This is
Yes,
like,
yes.
holy moly, I saw everybody pressing their buttons. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, one at a time. Because we're all interested in
That's
this.
one of the planning commission, so.
I'm gonna go in order from backwards to forwards because I missed him last time. Sorry, Councilmember Sabathia.
There was talk of EV chargers going there.
There are.
What type, and do we have guided? That still falls under the planning commission guidelines of like, as far as how that whole setup looks.
I don't know that we have guidelines for EV charging stations. I think they've got 8 that are proposed. So yeah, they're part of the project.
Mayor Pro
I
Tem.
was told they were Tesla superchargers, but the problem is PG&E is not hooking stuff up within a 2-year period. That's a huge problem, and it's not their fault. Don't blame the planning commission or the applicant.
Yeah.
That falls squarely on PG&E. There was a tremendous amount of negotiation and such with the previous owner of the project At first, he didn't want to put on the mission tiles on the islands, and I'm talking about the fuel islands where the gas pumps go. And the previous planning commission negotiated that it would be a mission style roof on both the islands and on the building, and the building was supposed to be mission style. And so I'm not the best person. I would defer to Cara, but there might be a difference between mission and Mediterranean. And
There is.
I think I would go back with the mission to stick with our original guidelines. That's just.
Well, we do have Mediterranean revival as part of our design guidelines. That's number one. Number two, the design of the canopy and the buildings will be consistent and compatible. And then number three, we did ask our architectural historian to provide input into the elements of a redesign that would be consistent with our design guidelines. Our reading of the design of the exterior was that it wasn't consistent with our guidelines. And so that was the reason that they've renovated the exteriors.
And I have some further comments, excuse me, and I would like to be corrected by EJ if I screw this up. But I would not want to see a Pizza Hut or a Straw Hat or whatever the heck it is. That does not interest me at all. I have seen on the corner of Highway 46 and I-5 a huge Tesla supercharger site where there's like 60 slots, and there's a nice building where they serve Tesla burgers, and I would call it Chili's or Applebee's type of food. It's not a fast food, it's a sit-down restaurant, because life is a little different with EVs. You don't recharge your tank or your battery in 22 minutes like you do with a gas-powered car. So it gives the people a chance to go in and sit down, and I had recommended that, and I would still recommend that as a far superior alternative to cheap pizza. Okay, we already have
Councilmember Freeman.
Yeah.
If I could respectfully interrupt.
Yeah.
We're really at the city manager's report.
I know. Okay.
And I think we're just discussing an item that's not really agendized.
You're right.
So we should focus on getting through the city manager's report.
That's all for now. We'll talk later.
Well, it's not a question. I was just.
You want me to?
I just want to make sure I just. The planning commission has seen this twice now. They tried a second design, so I'm just trying to figure out how I can throw that in there without, since it's in the mix, but okay. I'm not going to go any further.
So back to the new project for the Alameda gas station hearing on 10-3. So the city has accepted plans, and it has not gone to the planning commission yet.
Correct.
No, time out. From the original owner, the project was
Oh, I thought you
approved
meant the new ones.
and was in the building permit stage. But the new owner is now changing the design, which requires a new hearing at the planning commission. So the city's not approved the new design. We've approved the 3-year-old design.
And how do we go about that if something has already been approved and a new person takes over? Correct me if I'm wrong. Did this not happen with Meritage?
It's a different configuration of the building. And because it's different configuration, it triggers a new site and design review permit.
That's not my question. The question is, the planning commission approved something, and regardless of who the new owner is, a design was approved. The new owner knew of the design. He has been here in front of the council several times. Why do we all of a sudden say, okay, whatever you want to do? Not okay, whatever you want to do. It's more of a, okay, the planning commission has approved something, the council has approved something, the new owner has come before the council several times and knows perfectly well because he came back and asked for a roof line change. And the council said, thank you, no, thank you. But now he comes back again and we as the city say, okay, bring new plans. I'm not sure I actually understand that process.
No, actually, can I answer?
Go ahead.
So it's their choice to redesign the building to incorporate a car wash and to eliminate one of the modules that they had proposed before. We didn't suggest that they do that. That was their choice. They always had the choice to continue with the project that had been approved before. But then the new owners decided to change the project. So because they decided to change the project, we're obligated to accommodate that through the permit process.
But the commission can deny it. And they would.
Of course, it's a discretionary permit. It's being considered on its own merits, though. So if the planning commission decides that they like this project, then they can approve it, regardless of what was on the table before. The property owner is not obligated to build what was approved. So they can change the design and they have to go back through the process to have it reviewed as a change. So that's where we are.
Wow. Okay. To a whole different commission. Yeah. Yeah.
And then there will be same permit process, right of appeal. All that.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Sorry. Yay, meeting with the state park representatives. Thrilled they like the both parks. I think they're both phenomenal. I've played bocce ball with the seniors group. And thanks to Sonora Vasquez in Rotary, the park was upgraded. And you might be right, around 2016, right around there, with new fencing and then the removal of the addition of the bouncing and park equipment, and ultimately with the restrooms, huge. Jóvenes de Antaño, the community hall, Mary Edge and the seniors program are aware of the new changes to Fridays.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the date, so we've got to confirm the date with them.
Oh, date to start for startup.
When the first Friday would occur. Right.
Okay, perfect, thank you. The Citygate Odd Pod. I didn't expect it to be 20 minutes. I expected to sit back in my car and drive all day long listening to this audio thing on the whole Citygate project. But Stacy did a phenomenal job. The interview was awesome. I thought it was great. I was bummed it was only 20 minutes long. I was ready for a drive. But yeah, you should all listen to it. It's super cool. It's a short narrative of what we all went through over a very long period of time. Super cool. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm finished public comment.
We have one hand raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Ms. Vonk, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks, welcome. Are you there?
Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't, I was trying to unmute myself, sorry. I won't go into the gas station issue, but I'm glad it's going to be on for hearing before the Planning Commission. I had 2 questions. One, the project on 3rd Street behind the cemetery, Is that going to come before design review again? Before the planning commission? Because you mentioned duplexes and that's on a hill. So those duplexes are going to be looming over the other homes below there. And so I'm hoping that'll come before design review. And then Dawn mentioned something about a landscape something, and I'm kind of interested in that. Does that include the landscape for 3rd Street? Because I'm very interested in what's happening there. Thank you.
Thank you. I got the head nod on 3rd Street design review. It will go in front of the planning commission. Thank you, Assistant City Manager. And the landscaping, I believe that was for our special districts only. It was the lighting and landscaping for Rancho Vista, Copperleaf, and Creek Bridge. Right, correct.
Right, we do have money set aside for trees and landscaping on 3rd Street, but that wasn't the reference.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments, concerns? No, thank you. Moving right along. Action items. Regional Early Action Plan 2.0, REAP, Local Sub-Allocation Grant Program, LSGP. Approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an MOU with AMBAG authorizing the use of REAP 2 grant funds for the 3rd Street Master Plan project. Assistant City Manager Ryan Fouch.
Yeah, so the long-awaited REAP 2.0, we submitted an application in mid-August, and we're finding out pretty quickly that we got funded for $85,000 to contribute to the 3rd Street Master Plan planning program. And interestingly, the REAP 2.0 grant is all about infill development. It's all about infill promotion of housing element objectives, fair housing objectives, infill housing development, even in the context of its relationship to mixed use development as a means of promoting affordable housing. So the state is beginning to tie together infill opportunity with mixed use development to create these opportunities that they're looking for more affordable projects that can be supported by existing infrastructure. And so our goal here was to explain how our 3rd Street Master Plan would be able to accomplish these objectives. And we did that successfully. It was not a competitive process. We were allocated $85,000 provided that we were able to explain how our project met these statewide objectives. So I think we probably could have been successful competitively with the way we structured the grant, but this is, basically secure money. We just have to meet the objectives. And so we're recommending that the MOU city manager would be authorized to execute the MOU, to get projects started, contribute to the overall program. And by the way, we didn't get funded for the transportation planning grant that we submitted. Unfortunately, that would have created a huge chunk of money for 3rd Street Master Planning in association with transportation, but we will try again. So no worries on that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Friels.
Perfect timing when we just started talking about sphere of influences and infill and all that stuff. So that's great. And then I like the bullet point update the infrastructure in the historic district. Yeah, our historic district desperately needs a new water supply, new water main. and the fire flow to be able to protect it. I would much rather see that put in before bike lanes. Because if the town burns down, there's really no reason to ride your bike through. So it'd be nice to see those upgrades, and that's gonna be, working with our cooperative partners, I'm sure, with PG&E and the cable company and everybody. So, storm drains, that would be, would be nice. Okay, and that's all I have to say. This sounds like a pretty good deal. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
I just completely agree with Scott. Let's go for it. We need these improvements on Third Street as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. $85,000 seems like a lot, but I was reading more in depth to the particulars of, the monitoring of the grantee, grantor by the grantor. So I'm just kind of concerned if that $85,000, is that going to go to actual storm drains and actual work, or is that going to be sucked up by some administrative costs? I do see where it says grant funds may not be used for administrative costs, but how far is that going to go, and how are we going to augment the 85K to do what we need to do? And I agree with Councilmember Friel's bike lanes on that street. It's really congested already. I think it would create a risk and hazard. There are other streets that we could put bike lanes on, I think.
We do have money in the budget for a Third Street master plan. Currently, this would just augment that money. And yes, it's all for planning, the planning program.
Would be for planning, meaning paper, potential, proposed, not actual cement, gravel, rock, whatever.
Yeah, it's a planning grant.
Okay, and then that plan would be going to the public for public hearing, and also then to planning commission, and then to us.
Absolutely, there will be a public engagement program with that.
Okay.
I mean, there has to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's our historic calling card. I'd hate to see it look like Willow Glen.
Councilmember Sabathia.
I used to live in Willow Glen. I don't have any questions. I love to see us getting grant money and spending somebody else's money on planners versus our own. So that well, we got a little bit of it back.
There you go.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. I'd love to see. We've been talking about the Third Street master plan and all the to-dos for a long time, and I'd love to see us being actionable and taking next steps. So sounds great.
Yeah, thank you very much for getting that grant. Bummer that we couldn't get the transportation one. But you said we can still go after funding for.
Oh, yeah, we intend to go after more money for this program. I think it's going to cost much more than $85,000 and much more than how much more, but more than we've actually budgeted. So we're going to be looking for more sources of funds. And actually, if you want to get a good idea of what the program is all about, the grant program, the grant application narrative is pretty exhaustive. And one of the interesting questions was, how do you expect this grant will be used in a transformative way? So I think that's kind of key to what we're planning on doing in Third Street.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Well done. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom?
Could I ask one question to the council? It occurs to me as we get closer to the end of the year, that we currently have a policy in place to eliminate the parklets by December 31st. And I didn't know if the council wanted to have another conversation about parklets, maybe never again, as long as you're on the council, I don't know. But I'll just throw that out there for food for thought. I'm not looking for an answer tonight, but I thought we might place a discussion on the October agenda. I've heard members of the public supporting the parklets. And so I want to make sure that the community's all on the same page.
And that's how it pertains to a Third Street master plan.
Master plan, right. So if we were to allow dining outside, for example, would it be simply the size of a parking space instead of half the street, or would it be returning to two-way street versus one-way street? So I think they're related.
Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. Questions, comments, concerns from the public?
Seeing no hands raised, Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Any further comments from the council? Thank you, Councilmember Stafford. Sorry. Okay, thank you. I'd like to have a motion to approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an MOU with AMBAG authorizing the use of REAP 2.0 grant funds for the Third Street Master Plan project.
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll
May I have a
second it.
second? Thank
I'll
you very
second it.
much. Motion made by Councilmember Sabathia, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. 9B, reimbursement agreement between the city and the county of San Benito regarding the sanitary sewer forced main to Hollister project. Our task here is approve a resolution and reimbursement agreement between the city of San Juan Bautista and the county of San Benito, whereby the city will construct the street improvements beyond the road which is related to it on county roads, and the county will reimburse the city for the amount not to exceed 4 million. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. When we presented the budget, August 3rd to the city council for the Force Main project, we included $4 million contribution from the county that's committed, I believe, from the ARPA funding, and is currently part of their CIP. The whole road needs to be paved all the way between Prescott and San Justo and all the way. And if we were to just pave the 3-foot trench, then you'd have this nice straight down the middle of the road where no one drives, and still have potholes on either side. So the city and county have agreed informally that we would repave the entire road. And so it's a county road, so they would pay for that. And that's why we come forward with this reimbursement agreement to formalize that relationship. So that in case we get a new board of supervisors or a new, yeah, right. So we just want to have something in place to assure that $4 million is part of our project. So it's kind of a last detail, I hope, on the financing for the Force Main.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Friels.
No, just fingers crossed that petroleum prices don't keep going up. Or else we're gonna be screwed. Yeah, thanks.
And then not to exceed, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
That was my question. Is 4 million enough? But I'm completely for this. Let's get it done.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Is it possible to put in a caveat that says not to exceed with a higher amount, city manager?
That would be a negotiation point that we haven't started on. The estimate is from Stan Tech, who designed the project, and you helped evaluate the bidding for the project. So that came in just 3 months ago. So we've seen oil prices go down and then back up since then. So I'm thinking 3 months is a pretty good estimate. I don't know. I don't know how that would happen, actually. They would have to commit. I would say we would reopen the contract. That's all I can say, is that if their portion is costing more than that, then we'd let them know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sabathia.
It all sounds good. Is there any way to twist our arm to keep paving all the way out past Anzer?
This is the wrong board for that question. You need to go to the Board of Soups and check on that.
I gotta ask. That's all.
That might be a conversation for intergovernmental as well.
Correct.
I want to build a new one. Thank you very much. Yeah, excited for this to happen and move forward and an actual full street be paved. Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from the public?
Seeing no hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Final comments from the council? Thank you. May I have a motion to approve a resolution?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Friels. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Sorry, Jackie, I'm trying. Approved public safety coordinator and community services officer job description. Approve a resolution adopting the public safety coordinator and community services officer job description and initiate recruitment to fill these openings. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. If you read this report from the back to the front, you'll find the city gate summary from section 6 of the organizational study they completed, a high-level public safety overview, and with recommendations that include reconfiguring the way we staff our public safety department, recommending a management level position, which would be the public safety coordinator. And then at one point, we had a part-time code enforcement officer and a part-time community services officer in the proposed reorganization. And when this proposal came forward at the budget hearings, the council requested that we change the 2 part-time positions to 1 community services officer position. So what this report does is formalize those decisions that were made last spring and in June when the budget was adopted, and brings forth for the council's consideration a job description for each of these 2 positions. We're currently paying our public safety staff person part-time salary about $50 an hour, $56 an hour now with cost of living increase. And so this position was budgeted at $50 an hour, community services safety coordinator. And then the community services officer is more around $35 an hour, budgeted closer to a regular code enforcement officer position. So with that, happy to take any suggested changes or considerations for the job description before we start to recruit for these 2 positions.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
No questions. I read through the job description and I don't think I missed anything. So it looks good. Everything's there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
I also read through it and I don't have any additions or suggestions that I think it's good and we should go with it.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I think I may have been asleep. I thought we had combined both these positions into 1. I guess I missed that boat.
Code enforcement and part-time community
Service officer. Got combined into
Okay.
1.
Okay, so then we're looking at 2 separate positions is what I'm reading.
Yes,
Right,
that
okay.
was recommended. By the
Okay,
city.
and then the 1 is under the supervision of the more, I guess it's this coordinator, the
Yes.
manager.
Yes, exactly. The coordinator reports to me, but
Right.
he helps manage the 3 contracts and
Mhm.
the animal regulation and other services. So
Okay, and then so currently we have private security. Where do they fit into this mix? Are they answering to the upper management?
I'm sorry, I skipped over that part.
Yeah,
The reorganization is elimination of private security and elimination of the current part-time code enforcement position.
okay.
And the City Gate report actually projects a savings for doing that because the private security is over $90,000 a year.
Right, and for the time being, we still have them. We renewed a contract temporarily, but once these positions get hired, then they go away.
Yes, the current contract for private security has a 60-day termination provision, so it would take 2 months to fire.
Okay,
them.
so they get a 60-day notice.
Once the position's filled.
Okay, all right, yeah, not like right away. Okay, all right.
And then
Thank-
both positions would be new recruits. We would be starting from
Okay.
scratch.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
Kudos again to getting so much stuff done all at once, just checking boxes left and right. Counter to what was Stacy's recommendation that we don't do everything all at once.
That's right.
Dawn's just gonna do it all at once. Both job descriptions look great. I appreciate you taking the feedback that we all gave with respect to how to take City Gate's advice and then handle the reorg. Excited and wish both of you, yourself and Liz, as much luck with the recruitment effort as with the.
Thanks, fingers crossed.
Thank you. I don't know if this is how this is worded or not, but in education and training, it says or related field preferred. Is but not required too much? Is that too wordy? Does that exist?
The goal there was, at least in my brain, I had in mind a retired sheriff's deputy or a retired police sergeant,
Mhm.
someone especially with supervisory experience and management experience to some extent. And today I got a call from someone who knows of a retired code enforcement officer. So that would be a related field, or it could be a retired firefighter even, or any form of public safety.
Yes.
Yeah, that was my intention.
Yep, nope, I get that, thank you. But it says preferred, we would prefer to have law enforcement, but it's not, my question is, but not required.
But not required.
So that's implied,
Yes.
but not, perfect, thank you.
I can clean that up.
Nope, that's totally fine. PC 832,
Citations, evidence process.
perfect, thank you. And bless your bones, the right underneath, similar training credential for firefighter 1 or 2 may be substituted for police officer credentials. So we could possibly take a firefighter over a law enforcement person?
Well, it's public safety coordinator, so, yeah, I don't know, again, in my way of thinking, the things that we don't contract for are really law enforcement oriented.
Mhm.
The fire department covers all of our fire prevention
Right.
and fire marshal and fire response. So, to have a little bit of an edge on the public safety side will help with animal control, will help with parking, will help with, illegal commercial vehicles. These are the public safety police side, law enforcement side.
Right, absolutely, and I agree with that. That's why I was a little surprised to see similar training credential for firefighter 1 or 2 may be substituted for police officer credentials. I didn't know how closely they were related. Thank you. Yeah, that was my question. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, nope, awesome. Thank you.
Firefighters are more familiar with ICS. Right. And ops, they use their own order system.
So the disaster response, the incident
Yeah.
assistance, yeah.
First responder, all that stuff. Perfect, thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Welcome to San Juan humor. Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from public?
Seeing no hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Back to council. So, may I have a motion? Pardon. Go ahead.
I'm just looking at the education requirement for the position of the community services officer. High school diploma or GED, would we not consider maybe a 2-year AA or AS degree might be more? It looks like the responsibilities, there's quite a bit.
I'm happy to make that amendment if the council feels that makes sense. I might raise the salary a little bit.
So speaking from probably the only person at this table that doesn't have a college degree, I did perfectly fine. And I was able to learn pretty well.
You're not the only one.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I don't, the community service person is going to have to train in the various spectrum, especially in the law enforcement world. So they're gonna have to do some training. Hopefully, we get somebody who's already has that training, who may have went through the Gavilan Post or something like that. So just throwing that, which is not an AA or a,
Right.
yeah.
Could combine both of those and put within a certain amount of time, obtain a.
I like the preferred. I mean, it's the option. You have a bigger pool, and yeah, I understand that not everybody needs a college degree to be successful in their career. But it would be nice, because I'm looking at the job description, mediation. I mean, you know, you may not get that training with a high school diploma or GED. You don't get public speaking with a GED or a high school diploma where you do with a AA or AS degree. There's certain basic educational requirements that I think would fit with this. So preferred is not limiting the others, but it's just a different pool.
Is that the council's desire? I mean, it's easy for me to type in 3 words and change the description. Just so I can get it on the street. So Liz can put it out there.
It's an entry level position.
Yeah, and then public speaking would be done by the coordinator, I would think, the supervisor.
Okay, I'm just saying that. If you say preferred, I'm fine with that.
So that would have to be an amendment to the motion. To add the words preferred.
And I would remind the council and everybody that right now we have a really hard, everybody has a hard time finding new personnel, new people. The desire to work, and some people have, it's kind of left. And even counties with a lot more money, like Santa Clara, have a lot of open positions, you know, so we don't want to be too restrictive.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from, Jackie, but to me, especially with Scott's comment about it being entry level and the reporting, it's an opportunity to get somebody maybe a little bit more entry level and they grow into a position. That's always great too. I'd hate to limit the applicant pool.
Or leave the door open for training, paid training. Things like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it limits if you put preferred.
And discourage.
Well, I wouldn't be able to apply for it.
Well, you could. You could apply because you have a high school diploma or a GED. We'd prefer that somebody had a higher degree in AA and whatever that looked like, but you don't have to. We would take somebody who interviewed well.
That was stop now.
Yeah, I don't, it kind of rubs me that we would be discouraging someone like. We need to get Scott out of his garage.
So over with.
But
Yeah,
all joking aside, if the person is qualified, other than that, like I'd hate to discourage, somebody with great work ethic who would not have that qualification. To me, it's not inclusive language.
I'm going to speak once again, if I may. Usually an AA and AS degree are entry level, in the career when you look at that. So they may be having a hard time getting a job because they're up against people that have masters and bachelors. So if you look at it from that perspective, you're not excluding the GED person or the high school grad. You're also giving an opportunity to someone that may not be able to get in with someone with a BS or master's.
If I may, once again, recruiting in the public employment field is very, very tough and it's very competitive. And we have a lot of disadvantages that are built into our system, no CalPERS, none of that. And so I'm not saying we have to take anybody, but I would prefer to leave it more open than restrictive.
The essential job functions state that they provide a wide range of services to the community for the benefit of law enforcement services as parking enforcement officer, abandoned vehicle abatement officer, illegal commercial truck enforcement, and receive verbal and written citizen inquiries and complaints. To me, that sounds like preferred versus GED. They provide code enforcement functions related to land use and policy and laws. Again, if all qualifications were equal, but somebody had a degree that could put them over the top. If somebody is willing to work for $35 an hour with an AA degree, why not? Why not choose that person? Why not have the word preferred? I mean, we are asking a lot of this person, even as an entry-level position, and $35 is not an entry-level salary, in my opinion. So, having said all of that, if somebody would like to make a motion and add the word preferred or not.
Since I brought up the discussion and I'm adamant about it, I propose that we add the amendment as preferred in the language preferred AA or AS degree.
Thank you. May I have a second? I'll second it. May I have a motion, roll call, please? Oh, sorry. Motion made by Councilmember Morris Lopez, with changes in wording to add preferred. And seconded by, Mayor Jordan. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
No.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion failed.
So do we go to a new motion now? Thank you. May I have a motion to approve a resolution adopting the public safety coordinator and community services officer job description and initiate recruitment to fill these openings?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Sabathia. Thank you. Missed that one. May I have a roll call, please? It's 7:00.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
motion made,
We're done.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. How you doing there with time, Councilmember Morris Lopez driving to Sacramento tonight? We have two more action items. Do we want to continue them or do we want to move on in for time's sake?
I'm good with continuing for the safety of Jackie
Continuing them to another day. Thank you.
to the next month's meeting.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
Yes. Is there any opportunity to get that done at a special meeting?
Always. Thank you. If we can hold the D through E to a meeting to be determined. Oh,
Thank you, Hector. Josh.
I'm so sorry. I didn't even, I had no idea. Sorry, Mr. Solomon Valdez. My apologies.
No problem.
We have a camera guy here. Didn't realize you were here for Flock, and we have a council member who is heading to Sacramento for an early meeting tomorrow. If we can get a special meeting together.
There's an opportunity on the 26th. We have a UGB SOI meeting from at 4 o'clock. And we could meet briefly at 6, from 6 to 6:30. We'd have 2 council members here on a Tuesday afternoon and maybe. Oh, okay. Okay, well, we'll try another date.
Thank you all very much. Again, our apologies. A motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn by Councilmember Spathia, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. Roll call.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes, thank you. Meeting is adjourned at 10:09. Thank you.
Please be safe.
When are you coming home?
Sorry.